Okay, now the two teams are going to shake hands and come out and play. Over-50s. Thank you.
welcome to a beautiful sunny morning here at the Groot Drakenstein Games Club in the backdrop of the Groot Drakenstein Mountains. It's round 6 of the Over-50s World Cup. England plays South Africa in a decisive must-win game for England. South Africa won the toss and have elected to bat first. Commentators, myself, Anthony Wood and Bob Baxter from England, and I'm very pleased to be joined by Doug McLeod-Elliott and Gareth Price representing South Africa. So England have taken to the field. I'd just like to welcome the Pitch Vision technical team as you're being streamed through Pitch Vision. Doug, Zadian and Labiba, who's doing the scoring. So welcome to you guys. We have Mr. Russell Tiffin from Zimbabwe, who is the umpire, and Mr. Tate from Australia. So those are our 2 match officials. Looks as though we'll be getting underway very shortly. A little bit delayed because England had some traffic issues coming out of Cape Town, but delighted to be here now. It's going to be Richard Cooper from the mountain end with his right arm medium pace. Opening the batting for South Africa is Louis Cohen, who is the captain with number 10 on his shirt, and Andre Peters, number 66. So it's Cohen to face the first ball off Cooper. Good quick single there from South Africa. It's Giles Eccleston at Short's square leg, looking for the single. Got a little bit big on Peters there, but kept it down, no run. In comes Cooper. That's a little bit uppish in the air, but it's going out. Probably be two runs. So that's James Williams in the outfield there.
Yeah, good morning, Anthony. What a beautiful venue for us to be playing this World Cup fixture, the Over-50s World Cup fixture. Set up for a humdinger of a fixture. You know, South Africa, England, 2 favourites going into the World Cup.
Yes, I agree. Must win a game for England. Having lost to Pakistan yesterday in a very closely fought game, but Pakistan were a very good side and bowled very well. England just couldn't chase down the total of 234 from Pakistan.
Yeah, South Africa also really made to struggle for their win against Pakistan, also going into the very last over, and some explosive hitting at the back end, managing to get over the line.
Well, it's an outside edge. There's a man down there. That's Marcus Sharp, who's at the 3rd man region, into Charlie Knightley.
So yeah, Captain Louis Cohen opening the batting. Very, very aggressive batsman. Not shy to put away a bad ball. A strong hitter of the ball as well. And joined by Andre Peters on the other end, who's coming off a half-century knock in South Africa's previous game against Wales. Also worked hard for that half-century. Stuck it out.
It's good rhythm there from Cooper. That's the end of the over. So at the end of the first over, South Africa are 4 for no wicket.
Well, according to some of the local boys, this is a very competitive track with bat and ball. It does look a rather flat wicket, lots of runs to be scored, but apparently a little bit in it for the bowlers as well. Seamers, a bit of nip in the morning, and a bit of purchase for the spinners as well.
Later on, yes, yes. Coming on for England from the commentary box end is Marcus Sharp, who bowls a right arm medium pace.
Very tall figure.
Imposing. Bowls a good line length. I think it would be fair to say his pace is not quite Alan Dawson's pace, or Richard Cooper from the other end, but bowls a very nagging line and length. So he'll be looking for the outside edge. We've got probably Richard Trotman there at first slip. So he'll be looking to extract a little bit of swing early on to keep Richard Trotman in the game. Traditional ring field at the moment with Wideish third man just moving across. We were treated Doug at the start and in comes Sharp. Let's just nip back a little bit to a very welcoming rendition of both national anthems from the choir from the school. I don't know the school in particular, but perhaps you do, but it was lovely to see the children. That's well bowled by Sharp, just finding his length.
Yeah, just back to the beautiful singing from the choir. I'm not too sure which school that did come from, but we've seen a lot of the schools that have been involved with the tournament. They've made sure that they've made it as festive and they've brought some real cultural aspects to it.
Great. Just played off the back foot there for no run. That's David Snellgrove at mid-off.
Yeah, I mean it's not just choirs. We've seen some marimba bands, and
oh wow,
there's been a whole lot of festive additions from the schools, and it's been lovely.
Oh, that's a big swing there.
Doesn't look like the most comfortable bowler to face, like you say. A bit of movement away from the batsman, just inviting the drive.
Yes, I think that's Marcus's strength. He'll be looking to find the outside edge. It's just played to the square leg region for 1 run.
Yeah, we haven't, in terms of the batting, South African batting lineup, it's been very much a team contribution throughout the tournament. They haven't exactly had standout batsmen. When one doesn't really come off, the next one's coming. And anyone in the top 6 have had their match where they've contributed and had match-winning contributions as well.
A little bit wider from Sharp there, but no wide, and that's the end of the over. So South Africa have 5 runs for no wicket on the board after the second over. Yes, I think that's a sign of a good team where you're not reliant on 1 or 2 players to get runs, that you know you've got depth in numbers, both batting and bowling. And have you had a consistent team, South Africa, throughout the game so far?
Yeah, so it has been, especially the first 2 games, there was unchanged lineups. And continue now.
A little bit of width there from Cooper.
Yeah, and there were a few changes, I think, with fatigue starting to kick in. Eventually, there were a few injury niggles and illnesses that came in. But a rather predictable starting lineup for this fixture.
little bit uppish in the air, but safe. It's going to be just a single. Picked up by Giles Eccleston, who's number 6 there, the square leg region.
Yeah, you mentioned in the build-up that this is a very fit English team. Very, I assume, quite quick to move around the field, and they're quite well drilled as a fielding unit.
Yes, Sean Cooper has been doing a lot of work with the England team in 3 months, certainly the last 3 months in the build-up. In comes Cooper. Nicely played. Well covered there by Cohen. Yes, he's been doing that both by Zoom or, audio. We've had some sessions in the build-up, but obviously England haven't played for 6 months in anger on grass wickets, so there's a big learning curve coming back into the World Cup here, playing in South Africa. Good pace.
I think that's also something I found quite surprising, is that England don't play much on they play more on artificial pitches than anything else in the UK.
Mostly grass, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Very, very. The standard of this cricket, there wouldn't be any players playing on artificial wickets.
Okay. I
in Australia,
much,
they will certainly play a little bit more. In comes Cooper, and that's got some good bounce, actually. Good bounce, just played under that Louis Cohen, but yeah, they'll all be playing for good clubs, and most will be playing Prem cricket at their clubs in order to get into selection, both with the county, and then England picks the best of those counties. It's a nice shot for no run.
It's hit that really well. So with regards to South Africa, you say that England haven't played much international cricket recently. I know that South Africa have just played a quadrangular series with Namibia and Zimbabwe.
Oh yes.
And an invitational side from South Africa.
Yep.
So they have at least had a bit of a warm-up a few months ago.
Yeah, England also had a tournament called the Marlborough Cup in England last summer, which was a very hot summer for us. Yeah, I think we had temperatures peaking over 30 degrees, so that was very hot for England. It's Marcus Sharp to continue from the commentary box end, the 4th over. And that's a good line and length from Sharp. Nicely played by Peters there, just coming forward.
Well, speaking of the weather, we're setting up for an absolute scorcher of a day out here in the Boland region. Has been predominantly fixtures within the Cape region, but it is the Boland day of this tournament.
And it's edged, and that'll go for 4 runs. So 4 runs to Peters, going through the sort of 2nd, 3rd slip region.
It's quite frustrating when you do get edged down to the boundary, but at the same time also encouraging that nice and early on, inducing some drives, catching the outside edge. It's just the one slip in place though.
What is Andre Peters' sort of go-to shot? Does he like to drive, or does he... we've moved the man round from gully to 2nd slip. I think that's a good move.
Definitely, you don't want to have another one fly through there.
Just a little bit short, and nips back into the batsman. And we've got a wide 3rd man there, so as you were saying, Doug, if you cover the gap there, you've got the 3rd man hopefully to cover, but I'm sure it'll go quite quick to the boundary today.
Correct, yeah. No, it looks like a really good outfield. Very dry as well. Yeah, you ask about Andre Peters' shots, and he's very much plays in front of square. Does like to get onto the front foot. He's not the most aggressive batsman. His 50 that he scored, got about 52 of 99 deliveries, if I'm not mistaken. So it was very much just keeping the innings together.
A bit wider from Sharp, and that's got the full treatment. Man out there. That's a nice throw in from Richard Cooper there. So South Africa starting to hit the ball quite nicely when it's loose, but covering the ball when it's a well bowled ball. And it's a leading edge, but it's safe. Giles Eccleston there picks up, and Jonathan Wildman backs up. So good cricket from England, a little bit wide on the throw, but good bowling from Marcus Sharp to end the 5th over. Fourth.
Yeah, 4th over.
Thank you.
It was a rather nervy one from a South African point of view. Really well bowled, getting 2 edges, the one leading edge. And you can hear already in the field is a bit more chatter and excitement. It's what an encouraging over like that can do.
I think that's one of the hallmarks of the England side. They've perhaps not had this tournament so far, is keeping everything upbeat in the field, and they'll be keen to keep the players motivated. If it goes a little bit quiet, the concentration levels maybe not as high, but got a very, very good group of cricketers here. So England must win today, Doug. It's a big game for England, having lost to Pakistan yesterday, so they'll be looking for good things. It's a nice shot. Yes, that looks as though that's going to go all the way. So that's 4 runs to
Louis Cooden, the captain. Yeah. No, so South Africa have been very good with that in this tournament so far, and it's just been their control of the batting innings, which I think has been their strength. Even in times where they were under pressure, when there was a bad ball bowled, that one a bit short and wide, and just punishing that and making sure that they do get those early runs on the board. And they've managed to do that consistently throughout an innings, even when they have had to rebuild.
A few people moving behind the sight screen. Nice reply from Richard Cooper there.
So I haven't really been following too much of the English game so far this tournament. Where have their wickets predominantly been coming from? Is this opening pair quite successful in the early overs, or is it more towards the back end?
Well, in the last game against Pakistan, both Cooper and Sharp opened. In comes Cooper. Little inside edge there. Didn't quite get a hold of that. In answer to your question, I think it's been shared around, Doug, actually. Well, I know it has. So Cooper's got wickets at the start and come back at the end. They've got left arm spinners and right arm spinners who've each taken wickets. Mahbub Hilahi, who's not playing today, I believe has taken 4 wickets against the UAE and 3 wickets in the last game against Pakistan. That's well bowled and well struck.
Didn't seem to time that as well as he would have liked.
James Williams there, but well run.
Yeah, so if I have to say, I think the spin attack is going to be very important for England today.
Yeah.
South Africa do tend to slow down a bit against the spinners in terms of it's not as free-flowing run scoring. And we do seem to struggle a bit more with the spinners, which is why Pakistan and India were very, very close games.
Left, good take by Gidley there. Nice carry. So England have got Mo Fayez, who's a left arm orthodox spinner, and Stephen Chapman, who's number 3 shirt. He's slow left arm, and then they've got James Williams, who bowls right arm. Looks like Nasser Ahmed has just come on. Have we got a fielding replacement, or is one going off? Yes, it looks like James Williams is going off.
Yeah, we are getting deeper into the tournament, so squad rotation and resting is quite important now with the muscles getting a bit tight.
That's well bowled by Sharp. Is there anything you can bowl anything wide of fourth or fifth stump to these two batsmen? They seem to cut very well, Doug, from what I've seen today so far. Oh, it's just gone through the third man region again.
Yeah, I mean
Man down that, and it's gone for 4. So another 4 to South Africa.
Yeah, as much as you say that they do look good on the cut, there have been a few dodgy edges that have come from it. So if you're England, I'm not sure you're too upset with that happening. It's just the fact that it goes to the boundary that's probably a bit frustrating.
So South Africa have moved on to 22 for no loss of wicket after 5.2 overs.
South Africa have handled the early overs very well throughout the tournament.
Nice reply of that from Marcus Sharp. And it was nice to hear some of the traditions of the Groot Drakenstein club from the chairman of the club here just before the presentation. Let's just come off the top of the bat down to the third man region. Charles Eccleston picks that up, throws into the keeper Knightley.
Yeah, a lot of the venues around here are old venues with great history and tradition, and I really do enjoy the before the anthems where they tell you a bit about the venue.
Peters is well forward there. I think that was an optimistic shout from England, but
wasn't the most convincing shout either.
No,
I think everyone was quite aware of the situation.
But good bowling from Sharp here. He's got to continue with this.
It's making them very uncomfortable.
That's lovely bowling from Sharp, and well played by Louis Cohen there.
So that does bring to an end over number 6, South Africa 23 without loss. Just biding their time a bit.
So the chairman of cricket here was saying that at the club they have traditions of toasting the flag at the halfway point, where they give a tot of brandy to the opposition and home teams, and also they love to have a beer on the square afterwards, and that's a 125-year tradition, I believe, of the club. So apologies if I've got my years wrong, but they still love to have the traditions for the club, which they've kept going.
I mean, 125 years, that's nothing to scoff at.
It's driven. Oh, he's dropped him. That's David Snellgrove at mid-off, and that went quite hard. Don't know whether he picked that up.
I
It
do
looked
think,
late.
yeah,
With the trees around the boundary and quite low on the branches, it isn't probably easy to pick up. So, but that went hard. So a good drive there.
just looked like he saw it late.
Yeah. That's
Fielding.
very well fielded there by James Williams. Certainly save 4, and it'll be just 2 runs.
Must say, I've been so impressed by the overall commitment in the field. You know, you'd think with it being an over-50s tournament, you wouldn't really see too much diving around, but it's been nothing of the sorts.
Yeah,
And,
you were talking about fitness, and these guys are very fit cricketers. Little bit wider, that one from Cooper, just trying to draw the batsman out into a shot again.
Well, it's been very tight from the two England openers, not giving away any extras at this point, if I'm not
No,
mistaken.
it's been good.
So they've been keeping it very tight and not dishing out too many presents.
Ooh. Certainly not afraid to play his shots.
Louis Kuhn also very aggressive by nature, and that did look like it was in his arc, but that moved very nicely
Away,
and,
didn't it?
Yeah, moved away from the right-hander, and both of these openers moving it, getting a bit of swing. Not sure with the view how much they're getting off the pitch itself.
That's well bowled and well played. It's Nasser Ahmed there, number 12, just picking the ball up in the gully region.
This wind has died down completely. We've got no activity on the flags whatsoever.
That is out. So England take their first wicket. Trotman catches the skipper, Louis Cohen, off the bowling of Richard Cooper. That's the breakthrough that England needed. So a very good start for England.
One of the young English supporters walking around here, his response is "get in," and I'm sure that's exactly how the English are feeling with that early wicket. Big wicket of Louis Kuhn as well. Captain departing earlier than he would have wanted. Would have wanted to stick around, but it's been some accumulative good bowling that's led to that wicket.
Short drinks break here.
Official drinks breaks are going to be at 15 overs and 30 overs. But I wouldn't be surprised to see a few more short drinks breaks in between with the scorcher that we are preparing for today.
And that's the end of the over, isn't it? So, yeah, that was a lovely catch from Richard Trotman there. Went quite hard and straight into the breadbasket, as we say. So, good safe pair of hands Richard Trotman usually has, although he dropped one the other day, which was uncharacteristic of Richard. So, good to see him get back to catching ways.
Yeah, bit of relief maybe after the early drop catch as well.
Yes, yes, that will settle some of the nerves.
Didn't last too much longer after that, did Louis Kuhn. But, the catching in general again in this tournament, I've been rather impressed. The fielding as a whole has been good. It's been good. New man to the crease, Craig Lyons. He's been a solid number 3 for South Africa. He hasn't gone on to score the big scores, but as mentioned before, none of the South Africans really have. And then Peters catching the outside edge once again. It's not pretty at the moment with the amount of runs that are coming off the outside edge. South Africa, a team that like bats on ball.
Well, I think that maybe England should think about a gully or another slip there, because I think Marcus Sharp is finding that with such regularity.
Correct, yeah. Agreed.
So why not? Or maybe bring the third man up.
Yeah, look, I don't think I'd bring the third man up because there is still always the chance that it'll go through. But South Africa haven't really driven too many balls. Maybe take someone out the covers and try and tempt them into a draw. Take man out of the covers, put them in at a gully position. Go on the aggressive nice and early.
It's just gone down the leg side. And that's going to go for 4 runs. So the umpire signals leg byes.
Well, as a South African, it doesn't matter how they come as long as they do.
Score is 27 for 1 off 7.2. Back on a line and length there from Sharp. There was also a nice comment from the chairman of cricket here, who said the tree in the corner there was planted by the late Queen Elizabeth.
That's quite something, isn't it?
Back and across, nicely played. Yes, I'm not sure of the exact year. I think it was 1947, but
It's looking very healthy.
in comes Sharp. And that's a lovely line and length there.
That fifth stump line, I think, is ideal. The beginning here, South Africa wanting to get out on the drive, but it is working for England at the moment. And neither of these batsmen looking too comfortable. Well, Lyons obviously new at the crease, but they'll want to see out this new ball. As soon as the swing does start fading a bit, they should be more comfortable against the seamers, since that is where they are stronger.
Looks as though Richard Cooper's going to continue. This will be his 5th over. That's a uppish drive, but solid. Just the 2. Again, Cooper just looking to draw Peters coming forward.
It sounded really good off the bat, but it didn't seem to run away to the boundary.
Didn't quite go with all the force that maybe he could have put into that. Nicely covered by Snellgrove. No run there. And a throw back to the striker's end.
So it's not the smallest ground that's been played on this tournament, but also not the biggest. Seems like a very conventional field that we're playing at here.
Yeah, good sized boundaries, I would say, Doug. To the,
Yeah.
There's certainly 65 yards to 70 yards, I would say. That's a beautiful ball. Beautiful ball. Just moved off a length there, didn't it? And it's not drivable, and it's one of those where you can easily nibble an edge.
Oh no, that was brilliant. It's beaten the outside edge, and he'll be looking for that exact line and length. Surprised he only has the one slip in at this stage. Also moving the ball away nicely, so
It'll be interesting to see if England decide to keep Cooper going, or whether they decide to bring on the spin early.
I think it would be quite brutal to bowl more than 5 or 6 on the trot as a seamer. It is already very warm.
That's what I was thinking of, but equally coming back, if you've got a good rhythm, line and length early on,
Yeah,
is it better
definitely,
to carry on and see your overs through while you've got a harder ball to bowl with?
Well, you say that they are rather fit, and they play a lot of cricket, so he's more than capable of doing so. I think also the other thing to consider is that it is once you do bowl your overs, you get stiff later on, or for later on.
Yes.
And I know that some bowlers would prefer to get through as many of their overs at once as possible.
That's right. So the score's moved on to 33 for 1 off 9 overs.
Well, Peter's moving along nicely. He's on 20 at the moment of 29. He's gone at a faster strike rate than he than he did for his 50. He's moving at just under 75, or just over 75. And I'm sure he'll be happy to have scored some early runs here. Sharp does continue.
That is another wicket for England, and very smartly taken by Charlie Knightley. So England have taken their second South African wicket, and that is Craig Lyons, who's been caught off the bowling of Marcus Sharp for no runs.
Yeah, very, very well earned wicket, that one for Sharp. He's been teasing and he's been knocking away at that foot stump line, and this one just teasing Lyons into the drive, who probably wanted a bit of bat on ball. He hadn't scored in 5 deliveries, but unfortunately catching the outside edge, and like you say, a good take behind the stumps. It's not always easy with batsmen playing an aggressive shot in front of you, but a second early wicket for England puts them in the driving seat at the beginning here. Does look like wicketkeeper Mario Solomon's coming to the crease.
Okay.
Not. It is Mukadam coming into the crease. He's played a match-winning innings, and it was a very aggressive one where he had to hit a few late sixes against Pakistan, and it was from a situation where South Africa looked like they were losing, and he stepped up, also taking a fiver in that game. Other than that, nothing sort of out of the extraordinary that's come in. But this, I think, is the earliest that he's batted as well. So coming in at 4, there will be a bit of pressure with the English openers bowling the way that they are.
Looks as though England have put in another second slip there. So still working to get another edge.
Been very impressed with the 2 openers here. They've given nothing to the South Africans.
Charlie Knightley picks that up. Now that's backed up by Eccleston.
Do you think that, wouldn't necessarily call it complacency, but with England needing to win and South Africa being pretty much qualified for the semis, do you think that might play a role in how the teams fare today?
I'm not sure what the game plan of England is, but I think they've obviously got to go. They'll know the total that they've got to go at, and how they get there. They've had to chase a few totals. Unfortunately, yesterday they didn't chase down very well, so I think they will have learnt some lessons from that. In the last game, there were 154 dot balls.
Goodness me! Wow.
Which tells a tale. You've got to keep up with the run rate. That's just slightly wider, and that's given us a wide. So I think, yes, England will be learning from yesterday's run chase, that they have to keep up with the required run rate. They cannot leave it to the later batsmen to get the required runs. So I would expect them to be going quite hard at their shots early on. That's Giles Eccleston, who's out there in the cover. Is there going to be a 2? No, they've decided against that. So well fielded by Giles Eccleston.
I must say, I personally am a big fan of losing a game early on in the tournament, because there's very few major tournaments you go to and you win every game, and quite often with the big teams you need a bit of a reality check, and it's almost more constructive than actually going and winning that game.
Again, through to the third man region. No, I totally agree, Doug. You need to learn the lessons, and it's also finding the right balance in the side as well. Who's batting where? Because all these players play to a high standard of cricket and will all bat high. for their own clubs as well as their counties. So they're probably all batting in the first 5 anyway, but obviously in a national team you have to adjust and adapt. So if you think you're a 3 batsman, you may be 7 in a national side, so you have to be able to adjust. So I think they've learned a few lessons from yesterday's run chase, but credit to Pakistan, they did bowl very well. They used their spin well, and they absolutely, I'm just seeing from your gesticulation with your hand that they fielded well, and that they bowled to the field. So it was a very smart game by Pakistan that they played yesterday. So Richard Cooper is continuing from the mountain end. A little bit fuller. Didn't quite get hold of that. Peters.
Yeah, Pakistan are a very good side, so it's definitely not a bad team to lose to.
No.
And South Africa cutting it very fine as well. And look, South Africa and England probably favourites coming into this group, but they were always going to work hard for that position.
That's a lovely off drive there from Peters for 4 runs. No chance for David Snellgrove to get across to cut that off.
Jeez, he's hit that very well. It's one of the few that's been timed, out of the middle of the bat on the drive, and it's impressive from Peters because I haven't really seen him in an aggressive mode, playing too many aggressive shots, and that was glorious drive, that one.
A little bit quicker there from Cooper.
Yeah, he's not exactly slow.
No.
And often the indication is the keeper, whether he stands up or not. And you see, even with first change bowlers, mostly the keepers are standing up in this tournament. So he's got to have a bit of pace on him if the keeper and slip are back.
I quite like this field placing change from England. So they've brought Nasir Ahmed into a short extra drive. And the ball's gone up in the air. And it's just dropped short of Steve Chapman. So just forcing Peters into a different shot there, other than the drive, but got a top edge and it just fell short.
Didn't look comfortable playing that shot at all. It seemed to sort of rush him down the leg side, and he's quite lucky to get away with that because it was one bounce to the fielder. So
another wicket for England would have certainly put a lot of pressure on the South African batsman. Fuller, in fact a full toss, but not put away.
Yeah, so a trend that I have noticed in the tournament, and it's happened very regularly, is where teams crumble to 3 or 4 early wickets, and then in the middle overs there's those 1 or 2 partnerships that seem to stabilize an innings. It's happened a lot in the South African games, both for South Africa and their opponents. So they wouldn't want to be losing early wickets, but it's not the do-all and end-all.
It's well played.
In the match, South Africa took on Wales. Had Wales 57 for 4. Ended up conceding a 111-run partnership. Same thing happened in the Pakistan game. They were 68 for 6, if I'm not mistaken, and they ended up scoring 209, did Pakistan. So it's happened a few times that the middle order has just gone and rebuilt, which is what you would be looking for in that scenario. So
Sharp still to continue. This will be his 6th over. The score is currently 43 for 2 off 11, and the current run rate is 3.91.
The run rate's not bad at this stage. It's quite ideal for the early overs. Just unfortunate that those 2 early wickets fell. But if England can manage to consistently take wickets and just disturb the rhythm, it would be big going into what they need to chase.
Just got a little bit big on him, that one. That was good. Good bounce there from Sharp.
Yeah, as mentioned before, very tall figure and quite imposing as well. So you'd expect a little bit of steep bounce. Very similar to James Albani for South Africa. He's rocked back onto that one, but South Africa also consistently finding the fielders. England making sure that they don't let anything through. They've already been very good in these first 11 and a half overs.
Yeah, still keeping quite a tight ring field there. That's just been cut away past the gully region. Man down there. That's well thrown in by Richard Cooper to Knightley. So 2 well taken runs from South Africa there.
Does look like a high run scoring ground, and there are a lot of runs out if gaps can be pierced, and just spending time at the wicket, you know, you'll score runs.
And that's nicely driven over the top of Snellgrove for 4 runs.
He's hit that very well, and he's decided to go aerially, and he's gone over the top, and that's gone to the boundary. Peter's moving on to 33. He's just moving along nicely, whereas early on in the innings it was quite nervy runs, but he's starting to find his feet, find the middle of the bat, and getting onto the front foot, which is very encouraging to see. Probably getting a feel for the bowlers who are now, well, Sharp now into his 6th over, as you mentioned.
No run there. And that is over. I'm going to hand over to Bob Baxter from Middlesex in England.
We're going to have a complete shuffle within the commentary box, and that is after the 12th over. South Africa creeping closer to that half-century mark. Morning, Bob.
Morning, how are we?
Very well, thank you.
Good, fantastic day, and what a sight. There's the table mounted behind us, or in front of us. And we've got a bowling commentator change and a bowling change. And Martin Gidley is coming on to replace Richard Cooper. He plays for Leicestershire in the 50s Championship, and actually did play a bit of cricket for the county Leicestershire. Bowls right arm off spin. Gives it a fair amount of flight. We're looking to see how much this wicket, if it turns much today. The locals tell me it does turn during the day. Coming in for his first ball. Sharp fields on the just inside the boundary. 2 runs taken. Ooh. Got a turn there. Second ball from Gidley. Hasn't quite got his line right yet though. possibly Gidley getting away with one there. Didn't think it hit the batsman anywhere, but then went down the leg side. But I think the umpire was indicating he might have flicked his trousers.
Yeah, Bob, I think the previous ball, or a couple of balls before that, I thought might have been wide as well. So
Yeah,
I think he's got away with a couple.
yeah, I think so. I mean, quite a lot of turn from early on here.
We had a chat to the groundsman earlier in the day, and they said that it'll definitely seem there'll be a bit of something in it for the pace bowlers, but that we should see turn as well. So I think, we're going to see a little bit of everything today.
Yeah, I think we are.
It should make for some good cricket.
Yeah, so England have gone in with two main seamers in.
It's another one down the leg side he's got away with.
This is just very odd. But I'm not going to argue with Russell Tiffin being the next Test umpire. But
I mean, he should know what he's doing.
I think so. Yes.
Well, it's definitely come off the pad.
Yes, so England have gone in with two main seamers who we've seen in Sharp and Cooper. Trotman can bowl some seamers, and we have three spinners, but actually four now that James Williams has come into the side. It looks like we're going to see a double change and a left arm spin from this end.
It's going to be interesting to see how the South Africans cope with the spin. Obviously, growing up on pitches that favour pace and seam bowling, that's something that the South Africans will be a lot more used to. So, it's long been a weakness of South African cricket teams playing spin. So we'll see what happens here.
Yeah. Yes, if they get their line right. So Chapman will bowl left arm, Steve Chapman. Left arm spin, orthodox. Mo Fires will come on a bit later. More left arm spin, and James Williams, if he's called upon, will bowl some right arm off spin.
What will be interesting is Salim Mukadam, who has been striking at close to 100 for this tournament so far. So seeing if he can get into the couple of spinners and probably try and put some into the stands.
Yes, I'm sure by the way he plays, it looks like he's going to.
He's not going to die wondering, is he?
No, he's not going to die wondering. He's going to probably try and put some pressure on Chapman early, I think. Especially with the field with only 3 allowed out in this first 15 overs.
I think we've got a deep backward square leg, sweeper on the offside boundary. And plenty of space to hit straight with both mid on and mid off up in the ring.
Chapman's first ball. A bit uppish, but one bounce to a kind of a deepish gully area, I suppose we could call that, behind point. Well, Chapman's overstepped, which isn't great for a left arm spinner, but so the next ball will be a free hit and 2 runs off that, plus the no ball.
I think they only got 3 for 1.
Did they go? Oh yes, they did. Sorry, my mistake. Seemed to be.
It did go all the way down to the third man boundary. It should have been 2.
Should
So
have
we'll
been, should have been
we'll
2.
let you off.
Thank you. Yes, I just rather presumed that it had to be 2.
I think we all did. I had to check the number on Peters' back to make quite sure.
Yeah.
But it should be fun watching Salim Mukadam on a free hit.
It's good that they only took 1, because that means they can change the field as well.
It can.
They wouldn't have been able to if.
And all of a sudden we've got
Take it
Snellgrove
too.
on the long off boundary.
And he's missed out there. Full toss, which he only puts to mid on. No run.
Oh, has that been dropped?
No, I don't think he got an edge. I think he just played a miss his turn, but I think his bat hit the ground, I think.
There was plenty of excitement from
It was.
Chapman.
It was, yes.
I think he's taken that off middle and off.
Yes.
Sweeps it down to the deep backward square boundary. And this time they do come back for
They
two.
do
Bob.
serious. I think that it was a longer two before, wasn't it? Arm ball from Chapman. Finished the over, plays and misses. Decent start from Steve Chapman. Plays his cricket at Bishop Auckland and been part of the coaching team at Durham County Cricket Club.
Bob, I've noticed we're hearing a lot less from the England team that we did in the first few overs.
Got a bit quiet.
It has.
Got to be a bit hot, I think, probably.
I mean, I'm glad we're sitting in the shade here. But I think we heard a lot of chirp, a lot of encouragement for the bowlers in the first few overs. But as the South Africans have managed to put a bit of a partnership together, it's got a bit quiet. So I think the South Africans will take that as a win.
Yes, I think probably will. I think you're right.
But you're right, it is very, very hot.
Yes, it's much better being in here. I'm still quite hot in here, but
I think everyone will be glad that there's going to be a drinks break at the end of this over.
yes, and the end of the first power play. So Gidley's in again.
It's guided down to short third man.
That's the one.
Oh, he's hit that.
Let's hit that well, and that's going to go for 6. Takes the score to 62 for 2.
It is a brave shot, Bob, because there is a long-on fielder on the boundary.
Yes, if it had gone 3 yards to his left, he might have been in trouble because it didn't only just went over for 6, but he hit it straight enough. So the long on couldn't get round.
And it is the first maximum of the day, so hopefully a couple more from him later.
Gidley tosses it up. I think about a run, but
Had to scamper
Peters-
back at the
Peters gets back,
non-striker's
yes.
end. Last thing you need now is a run out.
it's
It's
well
swept.
hit. And that's going to be another 4. Gidley just drifting onto leg stump and with the ball turning down, fairly free hit really. And that is the end of the 15th over, 66 for 2, and drinks are being brought onto the ground. So I think South Africa will be reasonably happy with the score.
Yeah, 66 for 2 is, I think, if you'd offered Louis Kuhn that at the toss, he would have taken it. I think he would have liked to have had more of those 66 himself.
Yes.
But you certainly won't complain about 66 for 2.
No.
There is still a long batting lineup for the South Africans to come. I mean, Alan Dawson down at 7 is more than a handy batsman.
Yes, indeed.
So I think at this point they'd probably be looking for 220 and above.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. About
And,
five,
and they'd be
maybe
happy with
five.
that.
I think England have basically got to try and take some wickets to stop that, because wickets in hand at the end of always makes it very difficult, especially in this heat. And I'm sure England will wilt a bit if they're not taking wickets.
You know, I think the opening bowlers who put in spells of 5-6 overs each, they had to work hard for that.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
You know, it's still relatively early in the morning when they started, and it was above 27, 28 degrees. So another 2 hours out there, it is going to be sweltering, and I wouldn't want to be fielding with a sort of rampant South African lower and middle order, making you chase it to all parts of the ground.
No, that's right. And obviously we, having come from a country which is
Cooler
about
climes, let's say
2 degrees or something when we left.
You might find a couple of fielders trying to take some shade in the oak that was planted by Princess Elizabeth.
Yes, that's what we were told, weren't we?
In 1947, I believe.
Yeah, that's right.
We were told that it was damaged in the storms that hit the Cape area about 4 years ago. So it's only about half the size that it once was, but it still is quite an impressive tree.
Yes, indeed. The whole place is pretty impressive, though, isn't it? Here.
You know what? if you've got to spend some time playing cricket, in the shadow of the Drakensberg Mountains, it really you could do a lot worse. You could do a lot worse.
Yes, you couldn't. It's an amazing place.
I think all we need to do is provide a little bit of a breeze, and then it would be perfect.
Yes, I think England will need that 40-minute break during innings to probably have a shower or
a swim in the pool.
Or swim in the pool, possibly. Yes.
And I know we've all been invited for a dip and a beer at the end of the day's play, and I wish I'd known about that beforehand, so I'd bought a pair of shorts that were appropriate for swimming in.
Yes, indeed. Similarly here.
And I see we've got our cameraman heading towards us with some drinks. Not sure if those are for us or for the rest of the production crew, but we might just have to wrestle them for it. Looks like the South Africans are ready to go.
Yes. England will have a little chat, maybe.
A little bit of a regroup.
Maybe they've had it while they were having their drinks.
And when you're going well, you don't really want the drinks break, because it can break momentum, and I think South Africa had just started to get away. It'll be a drinks break that probably suits the English better than the South Africans at this point.
Yes, I think you're right there. They've just hit a 6 and a 4 in that last over, and I'm sure we wanted to get on with it as soon as possible.
Steve Chapman looks like he's in a deep conversation there.
Yeah, I think
field placings and
so we had a chat with Nasir Ahmed, who's played a lot of cricket. He's played quite a lot of first-class cricket back in Pakistan many years ago. Obviously, lives in England now, but he's quite an experienced player and has been so far England's player of the tournament with somewhere around 200 runs, 250s, so 70 odd not out the other day, 50 odd yesterday, 30 and a 40, so he's
been consistent.
Very consistent. Had a bit of luck yesterday, got dropped behind and then went for a 6 and the chap caught it but put his foot on the rope, so got a couple of lives yesterday, but still played very well.
It didn't cost Pakistan in the end, it seems.
No, we found it very difficult hitting boundaries yesterday.
And here comes Chapman. It's guided down to just backward of point. And there's no run, a little bit of tidying up of the throw.
Well picked up by Eccleston. Mo Fire's doing the backing up.
He looks like he could be an awkward bowler to face. He's quite tall and doesn't give it a lot of air.
No, he is tall. He's going to give it a bit more air.
Another
and
one.
Another no ball.
Really shouldn't be doing that as a left arm spinner. He's only got to run 70 yards.
It's just unforgivable, really. Especially as he's supposed to be coaching Durham. He should look a bit better.
Let's hope the TV feeds don't make it all the way to Durham.
Indeed.
That's umpire Tate signalling the free hit.
Can't move.
And we can't change the field.
No,
we can't.
No, can't change the field. No change of batsman. So field has to stay where it is. A free hit coming up.
And he's got away with it again.
Got away with it again.
Strangely, that's the one he's tossed up the most. I think Andre Peter's eyes just lit up and didn't hit it off the square.
Good ball by Chapman, tucking him up a bit.
It's down leg side and umpire Tate signals wide.
And the other important game in this group, India are playing Pakistan today. India struggling a bit at 62 for 4.
It is a day for the big rivalries, isn't it?
It is, yes.
You know that South Africa and England is always a crunch game, and India and Pakistan can always have some fireworks, so that's good watching. Oh, leading edge!
Australia playing on West Indies, which probably, although Australia have basically out of the tournament, still quite a big game for them. It's a very important game for West Indies.
He's got away with one a bit there. Long on the boundary means you can chip it to mid off, and without damage they've come through for 1. And that's the end of the first over after drinks.
It's quite eventful, really. Although there weren't too many runs, it was a wide, no ball, free hits.
Leading edge.
Leading edge.
I was going to say that he gets through his overs quite quickly, but a couple of extra balls made that not
Yes,
such an intelligent
no.
observation.
No. Gidley to continue. Not sure how long the slip's going to stay there for, but especially if he's pitching the ball on the stumps, going down and pitching and moving down to the leg side. So we'll see. Trotman's still at slip, so England obviously thinking they could pick up another wicket, which would slow South Africa down a little bit. There we go.
It's the end of the slip bomb.
They must have heard me. Slip's gone. He's gone to short fine leg.
It's much more pleasant capturing the side from here.
Yes, it's much easier.
Much. And cooler.
Yeah, sensible move, I think, from England's point of view. It doesn't look like he's going to get a slip. Commentator's curse, perhaps.
Oh!
But actually, he had gone for Trotman at deep short fine leg.
Which is where he has just moved, so we'll call it good captaincy.
Yes, indeed.
Although it did look he was trying to play it through the vacant slip area.
It's a good line from Gidley. Peters can just knock it back.
That's well played through the gap between backward point and a rather square gully.
Fairly easy too. Fraction short from Gidley maybe, and nicely played by Peters.
There's a little bit of excitement there.
Shouts of catches. I'm not sure he actually got any bet on it, but
No, he didn't look too worried. He's tempting. He's tossing it up, but we haven't yet seen Andre Peters really looking to take the attack to Gidley.
no, I think it's turned it a little bit, isn't it? I think he's been quite circumspect at the moment.
He knows that he's been in for a while, and he needs to bat through the innings too, to really give the bigger hitters in the team a chance to show what they can do. He's just going to anchor it from here and look to bat deep.
Yes, since the drinks break, 2 overs, 5 runs. Chapman back on, trying to check he doesn't bowl any more no balls. Big hit.
There's a good shot.
It's gonna be
2
4.
bounces and over the rope.
It's going to be 4.
It's dragged a little bit short by Chapman, and silly Mukadam wasn't going to let that or miss out on that chance. Mukadam moves on to 20 of 22, so striking it just short of 100 as he's done throughout the tournament.
Nicely flighted by Chapman this time.
It's always helpful to get a boundary off the first ball, Bob, because you know that the hard work is done for the over. You don't have to take any more risks.
Not that all batsmen don't, but they shouldn't necessarily. No. But yes, you're right. Nicely tossed up again.
And that one's pushed out towards the sweeper on the deep cover boundary. Well, he's run round from deep cover to pick it up just behind point, and they're back for 2. There's a big hit.
Big hit from.
Well, tried a big hit, but I think there was a bit more bottom edge on that. But it is
It's not gonna
just going to fall short of the boundary. And they're back for another 2.
He's been operating with just 2 outside the circle, which and he's changed that now to put a deep mid wicket in. I think, if I'm not right, that would mean they've got 4 out, which is fine. Yes.
Tossed that one up. Mukadam's had a heave and got an outside edge to backward point. Looks like he was struggling there to
Yes.
get through for that single. That looked like something hurt.
I think it was the 2 he ran previously was kind of limping a little bit. And he's speaking to the umpire. I wonder if he's either going to
that's
get some treatment or whether he might get a runner. I don't know.
Are you allowed runners
You're allowed
now?
runners in this.
Right, okay.
Yeah, we've had runners in 2 of our games. Not luckily for us, but for the opposition. Pakistan had a problem with one of their players yesterday, and the runner was on for quite a while.
It certainly does make things entertaining.
Yes.
Sort of you're just waiting for something crazy to happen. All 3 batsmen end up at one end.
There was a run out involved in the game the other day. I think it was the UAE game with the runner.
It's not terribly surprising.
So somebody's come out to talk to the batsman and gone off. We'll have to wait and see how much damage the batsman has, but it would appear to me that they might be talking about a runner, but we'll see.
Might just be saying, don't worry, I'll hit it for 4.
So Gidley to continue.
Would that have had slip in the game?
I think it was a bit wide for slip, wasn't it? I think.
Would have needed a dive.
Yeah, at least I think. Or 3rd slip gully kind of area, wasn't it? But a bounce though for Gidley. And he comes again, nicely bowled.
So wicketkeeper wearing a helmet, or is that a face mask?
It's a face mask. It's
That's
different.
interesting.
Yeah.
It's very baseball.
Yes, it does look like baseball, yeah. Ooh,
Ooh.
bowled by Gidley again. A little bit of turn.
A little bit of flight.
Flight and guile.
Look at, I'm not sure whether to go forward or back. Hit it for 6-4 or just block it. Tried all 3 on that ball.
That's bowled again with Gidley, no run. It's good over so far.
No runs off the first 4. Big shot from Gidley. Umpire Tiffin is unmoved.
Not sure what's wrong with Gidley, he seems to be no trouble himself.
And someone's going past on a motorbike.
Very fast. Excellent over from Gidley.
I think that's the first maiden we've seen today, isn't it? Getting the nod from the producers. It is the first maiden we've seen.
Sure, Gidley's feeling 100%. He has been unwell on this trip a few days ago. Seemed to have recovered, but we've had a bit of a bug going through the camp. Some people have got it, and some people, like myself, have completely missed it. So, we don't know what it is. But Gidley certainly isn't 100%.
Looks like the South Africans are taking the time to have another drink and
I think they're doing
maybe
something
have a
with
look
his
at
leg.
that.
Yeah,
Some running repairs on the calf muscle.
there's going to be a bit of a delay here while the physio gives the batsman a calf massage or whatever.
A little bit of magic spray and some KY tape, KT tape.
So England will take this opportunity to have another drink. So they won't be too unhappy with this break, so they can get another drink.
Is it like a soccer match where someone runs past you, gives you a tap, and you know that you've got to go down and waste some time?
Yes, probably. Although it's a South African person who's holding them up this time.
Got the man in the high vis vest carrying out the the cooler box there,
Looks to me as if a runner's coming on.
which would probably be Louis Kuhn. Is it Craig Lyons? It is Craig Lyons.
One of the batsmen who are out. Looks like he's going to come on, which, as we say, often causes some fun.
Well, let's hope they've planned for this eventuality and discussed who's doing the calling.
It's not something you have too often, so I doubt it. But,
I think conventional wisdom is that the non-running batsman doesn't have a say in the matter.
I think when he's at square leg, the batsman who's in has to stand at square leg. I think it's just the other two, then the runner and the...
But what happens when he's on strike? Who does the calling then?
Well, it should still be the same two. He shouldn't really, because he's not allowed to move. So it should be down to the runner and the other batsman.
But as we discussed earlier,
yes.
what should happen and what does happen is not always the same thing.
And you often see that the injured man having hit it through the covers often
Forget
set
that
off.
he's injured.
Yes.
There's nothing as restorative as a sweet cover drive.
It's got a lengthy treatment here. Look at that. $80 for 2, the score. Just keep you going until we get this game back on. Batsman's putting his pad back on, so it shouldn't be too long now.
Right, it looks like everybody has gathered themselves and hostilities can resume. Stephen Chapman at the top of his run. Umpire's having a drink. And the injured batsman and the runner having a strategy chat. But now they've both ended up at the same place.
So we're back. Having one of the batsmen getting some treatment for a leg injury and had a bit of a break. The players have got some more drinks inside them. And,
So have we.
So have we. And Chapman's going to continue. We're still painting some lines actually.
Which is interesting, Bob. Have you ever seen that happen before?
Never.
It makes sense, though.
Yeah, it does make sense because obviously if there's a close run out, it's easier if you've got a line there than if you out where the batsman's running from and to. It's much easier for the umpire to see if he's across the line or not across the line. Because he's going to be running from when he's.
It's almost stranger that we've never seen it happen before.
Yeah, I mean it's a good idea, but I've never seen it ever. And as I said, the two games we've had previously when the opposition have had runners, we've had nothing like this. Maybe they should bring it in all cricket, maybe.
I think it's become not necessary since they've done away with runners.
Well, yes, that's right. In international cricket, it wouldn't have runners these days, but in this cricket.
The ground staff making their way off.
A very lengthy delay.
And we start again with the 20th over at 80 for 2. And we've had our first run without incident as Craig Lyon scampers through for a quick single.
So the run will go to square leg, and Russell Tiffin, the umpire, will stay the other side. Not sure he doesn't get in his way.
I think he's realised that standing at point is probably easier.
Yes,
at this point.
That's what he was umpire again the other day, and that's exactly what he did the other day. And they had a runner. Chapman, nice ball.
Oh, that's turned.
That turned a lot.
That's turned.
So what's the makeup of the South African bowling? Is it more seam based, or is there plenty of spin as well?
It's a very well balanced bowling attack. We've got probably the fastest bowler in the tournament in Alan Dawson.
Yes, because he played Test cricket, didn't he?
He played 2 Test matches for South Africa against Bangladesh. He played several one-day internationals. He was part of the World Cup squad in 1999, and for many years was one of the premier seam bowling all-rounders in the country. He had to fight for a place in the national team with Pollock and Klusner, which was always a difficult thing to do.
Yes.
There is Clive Eckstein, who's played Test cricket.
Yeah.
He played, the English viewers might remember the Wanderers Test in 1995, where Mike Atherton scored 195 or 185 to draw the game.
Yep.
He played in that Test match.
Yes. Pushed into the leg side.
James Albani has a little bit of pace about him. He played some first-class cricket for Boland in this area. This would be his old stomping ground. And he's a lively medium pacer.
The bounce and turn again for Chapman. Good finish to the over. So 83 for 2 at the end of the 20th. Had 17 runs since the drinks break in 5 overs. But no wickets down for South Africa since the drinks, so they'll be still pretty happy with the way things are going. But I think England have pegged them back a little bit, because just before drinks they were starting to cut loose a bit, weren't they?
Yeah, the 2 spinners have definitely managed to keep it tight after the drink break. We've seen some good turns, some good bounce.
I think England might be tempted to give, they'll definitely give Mo Fireheads a bowl soonish.
James Peters using his feet there.
James Williams, who came into the side very late when one of our other players failed to kind of fit this test. He bowls off spin as well, so with seeing this turn they might be tempted to bowl all 4 spinners at some stage, but we'll see. Well, big hit.
That's a big hit.
But it could be out. Oh, he's
Dropped it. That could be a big drop. Dropping Salim Mukadam on 27.
And that wasn't very difficult either, I'm afraid to say.
No, he had to move about 3 yards in and just dropped it.
I think there's Eccleston down there, I think. Usually a very safe pair of hands. It's a long way away from us.
That's looks like a Wildman.
It could be well, yeah, it's a long way
It's
away.
number
isn't
6 when he turned around.
Eccleston.
It is Eccleston, sorry. I was looking at the batting order.
Yeah, Wildman 16. Very unusual for Giles to drop catch, especially one that went straight to him. But these things happen. That's 2 relatively straightforward catches we've dropped today, with Snellgrove dropping one at mid-off earlier.
First one didn't cost too many runs as Louis Kuhn was out shortly afterwards, and I think Eccleston will hope that similar thing happens here. It is a long boundary out to the leg side there.
Yes, it is. Right. It's a brave shot to try and clear Eccleston there, and obviously he didn't, and should have been taken.
I'm also glad I didn't park my car there, because it looks like a car park at deep mid wicket that could be in danger if someone does get hold of it.
Yes, possibly. So it's a pretty big hit down there. I think they're more in danger of the other side if you're parked over there.
Which unfortunately is where I did park my car.
So
Stephen Chapman to begin his 5th. He's taken 0 for 19 so far. And he's into Andre Peters on 42.
tries to work it into the leg side. There's quite a big gap around the square leg area. I just think if he just pushed it to square leg, there's quite a good chance of running to both the fielders on the boundary, quite a long way away.
Or
Chapman.
And that's why they've still got the slip in.
Yes, I think that's right, to the left armour. Turned the ball away from the batsman and could easily get an edge to Trotman at slip, but not so much for the off spinner. Bit of a leading edge. It goes into cover region.
Trotman did show a neat pair of hands for the catch of Louis Kuhn.
Yes, he's. I think he's caught everything that's come to him at slip. He's had juggled one or two, but he's actually hung on to them all tournament. Excellent over so far from Chapman.
When do you think we'll see Mo Fayaz come into the attack?
Well, I think he might have been in it fairly soon, but these two are actually tying them down quite well at the moment, and I think the way they're bowling at the moment, they probably won't want to change it, but he'll certainly be the next bowler. So another second maiden, isn't it?
I think it's his second maiden as well.
Mm. As we say, that Mo's is limbering up, but whether he's just trying to get the captain's attention or whether he's actually going to bowl, we'll have to find out.
And Martin Gidley to continue. After a change in the field, which sees Stephen Chapman heading to the long off boundary.
Nice start from Gidley, on the money. Both these bowlers got into a bit of a rhythm now, haven't they?
The drinks break definitely favoured England.
Yes, as we said.
Allowed them to regroup a bit.
South Africa were starting to push the scoring rate up towards, well, 4.5.
Big shout.
And he's given him.
And he's given him.
Russell Tiffin gave a fair look and decided that it's going on to hit the stumps. So Mukherjeen's out, and those lines for the runner hopefully won't be needed the rest of the game.
The next batsman for South Africa is Mario Solomons, the wicketkeeper batsman in the South African side. So far in this tournament, he scored 115 runs, with a highest score of 65, an average of 115 and a strike rate of 92.
He's only been once out there. Well done for him.
He is an informed player, so hopefully we should have some entertainment if he stays around for any length of time.
Yes, I think he'll have to be a little bit wary, because the ball is definitely turning. So I'm sure he'll be circumspect maybe at the start, but
see a couple of shadow shots, and he's definitely making sure that his feet are moving, dancing down the track.
so 86 for 3. We're in the 23rd. So an interesting field change, leg slips coming in. Good start from Gidley. Solomon's not quite sure to go well forward, or feet didn't move too far. Oh, pops out on the leg side.
I must admit, from our angle here, I thought that was popping towards leg slip.
Very good over from Gidley, a wicket maiden. 23 overs gone, 86 for 3. And it looks like Mo Fires is going to come on this end to replace Chapman. He's bowled pretty well. Same action as Chapman. Left arm around the wicket, I would have thought.
And all of a sudden there's a little bit more chat from the English team.
Yes, I think the wicket would have buoyed them up a bit, and probably forgetting it's 31 degrees at the moment out there. If they could get Peters out, they probably would. I think they've had a good first half of the innings.
Andre Peters really is the key here. If he manages to bat deep for South Africa, they're in for a good score. If he gets out now, you've got 2 new batsmen at the crease, and that's always difficult to handle.
Yeah, especially as I keep saying, the ball's turning, and it's never easy coming in when the ball's. And it looks like they're all right-handers, which would suit Fayez. And then he comes for his first ball.
Played watchfully by Peters.
So a decent start from Fires. Seems to have found his length pretty well.
The English spinners have not given the South African batsmen anything to hit. It's been wicket to wicket. There's been little to no flight. Oh, there's trouble. Big shout. But umpire Tate says no.
Quite sure I didn't hear 2 noises there, but difficult to tell from here. We're quite a way away. But might have been part of the reason.
Mo Fires didn't seem to agree with you.
No, that bowler's never. I think they're always out, don't they?
There's a good shot. Down to a deep mid-off for 1.
First run for 3 overs. Solomon's now be on strike, yet to get off the mark. So end of another good over. 87 for 3. That's.
I think that's us, Bob.
That's us, I think.
That's us.
We're going to have a little break and.
So game's nicely poised now. 87 for 3.
Yeah, I was just thinking now before we came back, it would have been a wicketless commentary stint. But that wicket for England, vital.
Very vital.
At this stage. And as expected, we've also seen a lot of purchase from the spinners. They've managed to threaten on the regular. And, it'll be these next 10 overs are vital for South Africa in not losing any more wickets.
Quick single. And I had a nice walk round the boundary, Doug. Sampled some of the Groot hospitality. The Boerly, is it the Boerly roll? It was very nicely done. So good crowd in today as well. I'd say there's a good few hundred people in watching this game. So it's really good to see it supported.
Yeah, well, it's in general the families of the players have been very, very sort of involved in the tournament, and a lot of them have come out. And with this being quite a big game, there's a few extra supporters out as well.
Yes, there's a gap in that onside there, so easy single.
Rotation of strike, probably the way to go now for South Africa. Just keep the runs ticking over, getting bat on ball, and just almost creating a bit of a counter pressure from the batting side. But as mentioned before, Gidley been very good.
Yes, I think England certainly want to keep pressure on the batsman here. I'd probably have another man in the ring there, stop that single, but as you can see it's turning quite a lot with Richard Trotman in it short fine on the catch. That's nicely played out. No run. End of the over. So 90 for 3 off 25.
Just hearing a few shots in the field, a mini target for England. They want to keep South Africa to under 100 before the 30th, which will be a steep ask. It is 2 to the over, but definitely not unrealistic.
What would you see as a par score here, Doug? On today's, on the wicket today, and where we are currently, South Africa. 240? Do you think that's a
240?
good score?
I think it would be a very good score. I think if anything, that might be a bit of a stretch. But if South Africa can get to 240, they will believe that they can defend it. But they'll know very well that they can't underscore against this English batting lineup.
Well, the current run rate is 3.6 at the moment, and projected score is 162. So that seems very low.
Yeah,
as
obviously.
a score. Obviously, that's just based on the projected run rate, but doesn't take into account necessarily wickets and how South Africa are going to go after the bowling.
There's just a bit of a delay at the moment. Not too sure. It hasn't been the most flowing innings, obviously with a little bit of medical treatment on Mukadam just now, which led to him getting a runner. But I don't know, can you see what is going on at the moment?
Peter's still going well though, on 45.
Yeah, he's worked
He's
his
dug
way
in there and done well. So obviously South Africa will be very pleased if he continues to stay at the crease. I think it's absolutely vital, really,
Yeah, so
Doug, that he does.
it's that exact role that we were saying he played so well against Wales, is just to anchor the innings.
Mo fires on. Oh, that was a nothing sort of shot there. I don't know whether he was looking to dab that down to the third man, but there's a man down there, so there's no run. I think I've noticed that South Africa have lost a little bit of their intensity against the slow bowlers. They've had to go after the slow bowling, whereas when the medium pace was on, they played the wide shots the loose balls very well with the wide shots. And
Obviously with South Africa being South Africa, they'll always be a bit more comfortable against the seamers, and we've seen that in action today. But with the spinners coming on, just bogging the South Africans down a bit, creating some scoreboard pressure.
that's very well bowled by Mo Fires there.
Left arm spinners have managed to beat the outside of the bat a few times as well, just to exaggerate the fact that there is turn on offer today.
I thought Stephen Chapman bowled well. Just a couple of loose balls from him. That's a little bit short and played down the leg side. That should be 2 runs. That's well fielded by the England fielder into Charlie Knightley, the keeper there. So 2 runs to South Africa, takes them on to 93 for 3.
Just having a look at Peters, not trying to release too much energy between the wickets there. He's probably feeling it now. He's been at the wicket for a while in this Boland heat.
It's left by the batsman. A little bit of turn there from Mo Fires, whose nickname is Fizzer. And I think that's because it fizzes through the air when he bowls.
Very fitting indeed.
And that's well bowled. England have 3 left arm spinners, so a very difficult job for the England management to pick, and they're all very, very good left arm orthodox spinners. So who would want to be a team manager selecting a side for a World Cup?
No, it's always difficult. And the other thing is, why not play all 3? Because you're going up against a batting lineup that's predominantly right-handed, if not completely. I don't recall any left-handers in the starting lineup. And none of the starting 12 are left-handed batsmen. So the left-arm spin is a great option with South Africa already having this thing with spinners.
Gidley continues from the mountain end.
2 batsmen that are going to follow would be Cilliers, Morné Cilliers, big hitter, not shy to take on the spin.
I think certainly using the feet to the spinners has got to be something that the South African batsmen need to start doing. If they get bogged down at the crease, I think the turn off the wicket could see a few more wickets to fall. And that's nicely. So he's starting to use his feet there, which is really good to see.
Look, I think the two batsmen that are in at the moment, probably amongst the better players of spin in this stage of the game. You know, you're not chasing the game necessarily, or don't need the big hits. Very quick between the wickets is Mario Solomons.
It's a little bit fuller, but no run. I think Gidley got away with that.
Oh, it's bread and butter if
That should have
full
been.
toss is dished out like that.
That should have been pushed down to the boundary for sure. Kept a little low. No run. It's well fielded by Trotman there.
Really is another good over from Gidley, going at less than 3 to the over, holding up his end.
That's the end of another over. So South Africa now 94 for 3 off 27. When do you think they'll start to push on a little bit more, Doug, from what you've seen of previous games?
Yeah, so South Africa aren't a team that have gone too early in the innings. They've been very calculated in their innings management, and I see these two just knocking it around before drinks, and then possibly 4 or 5 overs after drinks.
Okay.
And if the two of them are still there, then we've seen Mario Solomons hit a few big ones, so he would possibly go after them. But at that time, if Peters is still there, he's probably going to be tired, so he's going to want to aggress and take on the spinner. So I'd say final 10 would be the switch.
And Fires just loses his hat in the delivery.
Wonder if that distracts the batsman at all. Highly doubt it, because you're so focused on the bowling hand.
Yeah. Goes back to his mark. Ooh, that's well bowled. A little bit more of an arm ball, I think, that one.
Also took off the pitch. Probably a bit of extra bounce, more than he expected. Peters is 1 hit away from that 50-run mark, and you'll know that the job doesn't finish there. He's done great to get there, but He's got a long way to go in this inning, still lots of deliveries.
Oh, there's another drop by England in the crucial part of the game. That's Stephen Chapman.
That's the third drop of the innings, and 3 relatively straightforward catches that you'd expect to take at this level. I mean, the spinners have worked really hard to sort of tempt the batsman into that stroke. I was just talking about how Peters has been there for a while and close to that 50-run mark, probably just trying to get to it, as it to some people might be a bit of a barrier.
England keeping the pressure on him, so no runs so far.
Can imagine that the fielding unit will be a bit disappointed if those 3 catches are taken. It's South Africa in a bit of trouble.
There's a man out there. That's James Williams. Yes, I agree, Doug. I mean, they set, like all these teams, very high standards for themselves. To drop 3, they will be very disappointed with that. And we had a couple of drops yesterday against Pakistan, which probably proved quite crucial, really, for the Pakistan batsmen to go on. So, yeah, a shame that Steve Chapman couldn't get down there to grab that. But anyway, that's over, and we're back to the middle. So
James Williams, sorry, a sort of a late addition to the starting lineup. I do believe that was injury induced.
Yeah, so Stephen Foster's got a little bit of a knee injury, and he was just advised not to play.
Hopefully not anything too seriously, as we see an appeal for a stumping there. It just looked like Peters lost his balance, but not out given by the square leg umpire.
For England, Doug, to lose Stephen Foster is a big blow. He's such a talismanic figure, but clearly replaceable. So we'll see how things pan out for England with the replacement that they've brought in for him.
I think you've got to almost prepare for those niggles and injuries in this Over-50s World Cup.
Yeah. Well, he's also very good in James's in the field as well. So, and you'll hear him on the boundary. As he is now, cajoling the players and keeping them firmly focused. That's his 50. So, Andre Peters, 50 off 92 balls, 4 fours and no sixes, with a strike rate of 54.35. So,
yes, following up that 50 in the previous game against Wales.
a little bit full from Gidley there. There's a man out there, that's Giles Eccleston.
Peters coming in as a replacement for Brendan Nash, also a massive hitter for South Africa, who was opening in the first 2 games and unfortunately not fit to play. So he's really taken up that role.
There's a man out there this time, is that? And that's taken this time by Giles Eccleston. A harder catch than the first one. Caught it high over his head, and that's Peters. Yeah, that's Peters gone. So what's the score now? 99 for 3.
Yeah, Peters reaching that 50-run landmark, and probably just feeling that there was a bit of fatigue coming in, so maybe trying to score a few quick runs before completely losing it. But it is it is an unfortunate time to lose another wicket for the South Africans, as they were still rebuilding from wicket number 3, as we see the all-rounder Alan Dawson coming to the crease.
Yes, nice round of applause for Peters there as he goes back to the changing rooms, and a very crucial wicket for England. I'm pleased for Giles Eccleston to take a catch, having missed that earlier one, so well done to him.
Probably a more difficult catch than the first one, taking it above his head.
Very much so, yeah.
But it does look like an early drinks break is being taken. So I think as the players do grab a drink, so will we in the comm box. We'll be back in a few. Right, and we are back after the drinks break. South Africa having just lost a wicket, 99 for 4 after 29 overs.
Ooh.
Not for the first time today, beating the outside of the bat as Fayaz. Bit of a rearrangement of the field. That's for Mario Solomons. Alan Dawson, the new man at the crease, also very well known through the cricketing world. He's coming in at a place where he's got to stick around for a few overs. South Africa won't be wanting to lose any more wickets in the next sort of 7 or 8 overs.
That's well bowled by Mo Fires. A very intelligent bowler. Just varies his pace. Bowls quite a few arm balls as well. So you're thinking it's turning and it just comes on. So that's good cricket from England. There's a little bit more flight there.
Well, if you are a specialist spinner, you need to have a few tricks in your bag, and the ones that really set themselves apart are the ones that can execute those variations. And I mean, he's been so economical so far.
Turned a little bit.
He's got 5 dot balls in the over. It's a final one before the end of the 4th that he's bowled, and he's only conceded the 5 runs. Be very surprised if he doesn't manage to take a wicket with how much pressure he's building up.
That's well bowled. It completes the over, and that's a nice maiden. 99 for 4 or 30 overs. And I think Martin Gidley's also finished his spell of 9 overs, 2 for 26.
Very well bowled, two wickets in the first half of the innings, and There was a cry for a small goal that England get to the 30 over mark without South Africa reaching 100. And at the time I said it seemed a little unrealistic, but they've done brilliantly to stem the flow of runs, and South Africa now 99 for 4 after 30. I think maybe a bit on the back foot now that they've lost that 4th wicket.
Yes, James Williams coming on to bowl now, so he's the replacement for Stephen Foster, and I think it's a good one based on the wicket turning and taking spin. So go well, James. Very much involved in cricket at Lord's as well. He's just become head of the cricket operations at Lord's Indoor School, I believe. If I've got that wrong, I'll probably get a few texts when I go back home. But not been too well on the tour, so he missed a couple of games early on, but he's now back to his full fitness. So,
what a place to work, the home of cricket.
You see the turn, that will be a wide.
Made a trip out to Lord's towards the end of last year.
Oh yes.
What a venue.
That's beautiful. Yeah.
What a place.
That's a good drive back. Just missed by James on that occasion. It's a very good fielder. Yes, it's wonderful. And if you talk to Bob, he's very much involved with the MCC and being involved with Middlesex as well. So, yeah, beautiful, beautiful venue. Oh, he's played across the line there.
Quite possibly just going down leg side. It's a big appeal from the Englishman, and he seemed a lot more convinced than what would have suggested the outcome.
It's well bowled and well played, actually. England still got a traditional ringish field in there. They've got a deep square and a deep mid wicket, and then one deep on the extra, and a deep long on. So the 4 fielders out. Might be looking for the single there, but James has cut that off well. So we're going to see a little bit of right arm and left arm spin to test the batsman. A bit shorter there and nicely pulled away by Dawson there.
Well, we often talk about the left hand, right hand combinations for batsmen, but I would think it's quite effective in terms of bowling partnerships as well.
Good use of the feet. No run there to, I think that's Nasser Ahmed at the short mid wicket region. So that's a good over, good start from James Williams.
It's the 4 runs coming from it. This stage I don't think England will mind the overs as that go for 3 or 4, as long as there's no boundaries or unnecessary leakage of runs, because they have put South Africa in a position where they need to play with a lot more call it brains than anything, because you'd always like to be in a position where you almost have license because of match situation.
No fires to continue.
4 overs for 5 runs. Struggling to get runs off of him.
I'm wondering if they'll put the deep mid long on in place. Yes, I thought they might, just to cut off that 4 down there. And looks as though they're going to have a long off as well. No, I think he's just gone halfway. David Snellgrove at mid-off.
Thoughts on maybe going a bit more aggressive with Alan Dawson being new to the wicket?
Yeah, just the one. It's well picked up by Chapman. looking to bring him up. Yeah, looking to bring Chapman up. I think that's a good move.
Just maybe tempt the South Africans into going over the top, which I doubt they will at this stage.
Oh, he's just got an inside edge on that. Swept. The man out there. That's Richard Cooper. Nicely fielded. 2 runs though.
If you're the English captain, are you happy with how proceedings have gone so far?
Oh, I think England will be delighted. They've bounced back from yesterday's performance, showing strong commitment in the outfield, and the bowling has been a lot tighter.
Maybe the extra half an hour's rest.
Well, we were sitting on the coach, so yeah.
Oh, I'm sure you can have a nap on the coach. Why not?
In comes Mo Fires. I think that's good running. But yeah, the South Africans have got to start putting some intensity into the shots and some rotation of the strike here.
It's been one of the better overs 2 years for them, because they managed to get 4 off the over so far. 1 ball remaining, and it's does seem that they're willing to
take the slip out. I agree. Bring Richard Trotman into that mid-wicket area. Save the 4 down the ground. Alan Dawson is obviously a very strong player, and I expect he would like to hit down that onside. Nicely and quickly round by Charlie Knightley there, the keeper. That's the end of the over. So 107 for 4, Doug. 32. That projected run score that I said earlier, about 162, is a little less now, but 148.
It's probably a bit of a rebuilding phase now. Always a wicket can stem the flow of runs. And that we spoke about targets at the start of the game. 240 does seem like a stretch from here on out, more than 10 to the over required to get there.
That'll be just the single.
South Africa's next batsman in, Morné Cilliers, big hitting. With a different game situation, he probably comes in at 6. But with South Africa losing 4 wickets at this stage of the game, just needed someone to knock the ball around, consolidate. But South Africa do have players that can accelerate, including the 2 at the crease at the moment. So I would think as close to that 220 run mark as they can get. Anything there would be defendable.
It's nicely struck over the offside, and that may well run away for 4. No, it's picked up nicely on the boundary by Richard Cooper. Just the two runs. So that's very well done by Richard Cooper.
He's reeled that in very quickly. And it would have been a much welcome boundary.
Good shot from Alan Dawson. Sort of played inside out, didn't he? And he obviously can play both sides of the wicket, which is good to see. Nice strong on drive. There's a man down there. And that may be just a single. So that's very well fielded. I think that's Jonathan Wildman down there.
Well, you spoke about the intensity at the crease from the batsman. In the last 2 overs or so, I have started seeing a lot more foot movement and just trying to...
Oh, it's not wishing to mancad Alan Dawson on his home soil. It's good use. I think that's got to be the way forward to the spinners. You've got to get down the track, use your feet, almost without any fear of being stumped, but to cover the ball at least, to get to the pitch of the ball.
I think it's a lot more. It's actually a lot safer to do that than hog back in the crease and play it late, because we've seen South Africa have not made bat on ball as much as they would, or made contact as much as they would have liked.
A little bit flatter there from James Williams. Just a single out to Mo Fires to collect that. Just the 1 run. So the score ticking over. End of the over. That's 113 for 4. 33 gone now.
Just the 12 overs remaining. It is a lot of time. There's still so much that can happen. If England managed to take 2 quick wickets here, they could really put a strangled hold on South Africa. Whereas in the same breath, South Africa can start rebuilding and set a platform to launch. So still very finely poised, and so much that can happen.
So Alan Dawson is on 7 and Mario Solomons is on 11. Snellgrove's just coming further to sort of long off.
What these two can do is they can start taking a few quick singles between the wickets, both very quick between the wickets. Solomons just seems to be a bit bogged down, 11 off 31 deliveries. So we'll probably want to rotate strike a bit more often than he has.
Oh, that's well bowled. A little bit quicker from Fires then. Nice take from Knightley. He's had a good game behind the stumps, Charlie Knightley, so far. Hopefully I've not put the commentator's curse on him, but the bounce has varied, and no, he's equipped himself very well behind the stumps today. Inside edge to mid-wicket, no run.
Does look like he's got quick hands. And wouldn't want to see, from a South African perspective, what he would do in a stumping situation, because I've seen quite a few stumpings in the tournament.
The other England wicketkeeper, Paul Fenn, unfortunately injured himself. In comes Fires. That's driven hard, down the ground. Richard Trotman's down there, should cut that off. So it's just a single, good arm from Richard Trotman. Yes, Paul Fenn unfortunately injured himself in the UAE game, and he hit a 6 that was, unfortunately, it was called as a dead ball, and he then ran a very quick single on the next delivery and pulled a muscle. So he's recovering. It's nicely bowled by Fires.
It's really not the time of the tournament where you want to be picking up injuries and niggles and going into the crunch games. Everyone wanting to play their part.
I think he's on the mend, which is great news for Fenny. He's such a character. Oh, it's nicely dabbed down, and the man's down there. So, a little unsure what to do against the spin bowlers, I think, Solomons.
Solomons did struggle that over.
Looks like we've got a change of bowling from the far end, and Steve Chapman is coming on from the far end. So spin is the way forward for England.
Oh, it's definitely been the answer today. We've seen how comfortable the South Africans were playing the seamers at the beginning. And seen that slight little chink in the armour.
114 for 4, South Africa. Just having a little change of fielder. So Marcus Sharp is coming back on now, and Martin Gidley has gone off.
Talking about spin being the option, and then Seamer coming straight back into the attack.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, it is still the spinner going. Sorry.
Chapman's on from the far end. And so Dawson to face. Similar field to what we had for the last bowler. Got a deep square, deep mid wicket, deep long on, deep long off, and deep point. There's one on extra cover point and the short third with one at mid wicket. So singles on offer, but looking to cut off the 4. England is. Chapman comes in and played out to the offside. Nasser Ahmed there, number 12. Another player as a batsman who likes to use his feet. A little bit of turn there, and that's swept round. It should be the 2, but no. Well fielded by Trotman, straight into the keeper's hands, of Knightley's hands. Just the single. So England keeping it tight. This is a crucial part of the game, Doug, isn't it?
Yeah, South Africa needing to just keep nudging away at that scoreboard.
Ooh, little reverse potentially. Well fielded by Mo Fires.
It's a shot that we have seen quite often from Mario Solomons. He sets up very early for that reverse sweep, and hasn't been particularly successful with it. There has been a few boundaries that have come from it, but probably feeling that he needs to release the pressure.
That's same shot again, but for 1 run. No, I agree. I think it's good to see them change up the shot selection.
South Africa needing to sort of build to those final 6-7 overs where they can then properly launch. Solomon's more than capable, so is Dawson.
Oh, that's got an inside edge and it's going to run down. Might run for 4 that. Mo Fires is chasing that. I think that might have been...
That's some very good footwork there. I don't believe that'll be given as a boundary. It's some really good work.
No.
I'm getting a nice boot on it. Umpire maybe just asking the question just to make 100% sure. But boundary not signalled, and rightfully so.
Chapman coming in. Use of the feet again. Solomon's could be 2. Trotman's coming round. So it's in the end 2 easy runs into Knightley. Takes the score on to 121 for 4.
Another runner ball over for South Africa in this phase of rebuilding. That's exactly what they need to do. England though still keeping things very tight. And it is time for a reshuffle in the comm box for the final 10 overs of this innings.
Thank you, Doug.
Thanks, Doug and Anthony, and welcome back, Bob.
And to you. I think
Hopefully we're in for an entertaining last 10 overs.
yes, England have bowled pretty well. Spinners have tied them down quite successfully.
I think what a lot of people might not know about Alan Dawson, Bob, is not only is he the well known for his bowling during his playing career, but he's also more than handy batsman.
Oh, very handy, yes, yeah. Indeed, I think he could probably improvise better than some of the others as well. and obviously he's very fit and will run well between the wickets.
He's an avid mountain biker, so
Is he?
you regularly see him riding his bike all around the Western Cape. He actually rode past me the other day, and it's safe to say I didn't keep up. He did average 23 in his ODI career for the Proteas.
Did he bat where, about 7-8 or?
He was always batting at 7-8, but
Yeah.
23 down that end of the order is fairly handy. He swings and misses at that one. He's also got a first class highest score of 143. Scored in the 4-day final. He walked in with Western Province in big trouble, and along with Eric Simons put together a match-winning partnership.
Yes, you can see he's a decent batter.
So he's hit that one, and it's over long on for 6.
Yeah, he got hold of that. We were just saying how a good player he was, and took long on and put it into the trees.
And that's what South Africa need now, Bob.
Well, they've steadied the ship, and having lost 4 wickets, they had to take it reasonably carefully, I think, for a few overs. But now we've got to the last 10. I think they can open up. They've got some wickets in hand.
There's no flight in that one. Bit of an inside edge. And Dawson sprinting back for 2.
He's going to make it easily.
You can see the throw into the non-striker's end. They're not going to be throwing at his end. Bob, if you were Louis Kuhn, what would you take from here?
One of the ex-England guys has just Mel Hussein, Nasser's brother's just been texting me and asking what's going on. I would suggest, with the score at
130 for 4.
130 for 4, 9 overs left, I would have thought 185.
It's nudged into the onside for a single. I think they'll take 185 from here. I think if we'd asked that question, or we had that discussion before the drinks break, and they're looking at more at 220, 225. So there was a period of almost 3 maidens in a row, which really put the brakes on.
Yes, I think England bowled well, and those wickets, since that first drinks break, England have come back into it quite a bit. But I think now these 2 batsmen seem to be ready to launch, and be interested to see if we continue throughout the innings with spin, or whether Cooper comes back for a few overs of seam. I think they'd like to think that with the ball turning a bit that you could we might see it out with spin, but it might be a change of plan, I think, if we don't take a wicket in the next 3 or 4 overs.
Well, this is Stephen Chapman again, who'll be left arm round. He's bowled 6 overs for 26 so far. Mario Solomons has been a bit subdued for somebody who came in with a strike rate of over 100 in the tournament so far. He's struggled to get going.
Yes, he's been very fluent today, has he?
As he pushes that one out onto the onside for 1. Fielded by Giles Eccleston. He's a tidy bowler, is Chapman. He doesn't give a lot to hit when he's not overstepping.
Yes, it's overstepped twice, isn't he? His pace shouldn't be right.
And as I say that, Dawson has a wind up. It's down to long on for 1. That's hit well by Solomons, and it bisects the square leg and mid-wicket fielder for 4.
Yeah, sort of, as we were just saying, that he doesn't give much away. He bowls a fairly short long hop, and Solomon's made the most of it.
He can thank me for it later.
Yes, indeed.
And with the field spread, Mario Solomon can just tap it into the onside field and jog through gently for 1. It really is a big boundary on that leg side.
It is a very big boundary. Chapman's line's not quite right at this moment. He's bowling 2-leg stump.
He's got away with that one.
He's got away with that one. He's got 5 on the offside and all pitching around leg stump. So
I think Dawson will be a bit disappointed in that. A yard either side and he's got 4 runs. But he's managed to hit it straight at the...
picked out Snellgrove at short fine leg. Batsman get a much needed drink. Toweling down.
Quick update from the Wales versus UAE game. UAE were 165 all out, and the players are currently at lunch. So as that game gets back underway later today, we'll keep you updated with what has happened.
In the other game in this group, India playing Pakistan. India 169 for 7 with 8 balls remaining.
Is this James Williams?
This is James Williams coming on.
Going to be right arm off spin. Replacing Mo Fayez at the commentary box end. It's a difficult time to come on for your first spell with 8 overs to go.
He's bowled 2 overs at the other end.
He bowled 2 overs.
Yeah, he bowled 2 overs at the other end when we were off commentary. 2 overs at the far end when Gidley came off. So they're sticking with the spin option at the moment. Well,
it's been successful. They've definitely kept the run rate. Down.
Yes, not saying it's the wrong tactic. I just think Richard Cooper will possibly be used if these two stay in for the duration. But, it's nicely pushed into the leg side just for a single.
Oh, he's hit that.
Big hit, huge hit. Oh, into the pavilion.
Nearly did that lady a mischief. But it's another 6 for Dawson.
Picked it up really well, flew into the pavilion.
Takes him on to 28.
So Williams is going to come around the wicket to Dawson to see if that he can tie him up.
Nope. He's hit it again, and
6 more.
same result, into the trees.
Yes, I think this might be a change of tactics after this over. I think they'll continue with spin, but I wouldn't be surprised if.
And that is 100. Sorry, Bob. That is
Sorry.
150 up for South Africa. 151 for 4 after 37.3 overs. And Dawson's on to 34.
So if Dawson stays around, a figure of 200 is going to be well on the cards.
Oh, big shout. Umpire Tate is unmoved. Wouldn't be expecting to get an LBW from round the wicket, really.
Now he's got a pitch on end turn potentially, so it's more difficult.
Dawson goes again, straight towards us. 1 bounce, 2 bounces into the side screen for 4. This could be the over that turns the game.
Yes, very much so.
17 off 5 so far.
Come on, Jerry, stay with us, fella. Keep trying. All is one, boy.
Dawson goes again, it's high,
Should be out.
and it's dropped again. It's dropped again, and they're back for 2. Who's out on the deep square boundary? How many's that now? 5, Bob? 5 drop catches?
Certainly 4.
Certainly 4.
I might have missed one. If I did, that was Wildman, by the way, on the boundary.
It's a big drop. You don't want to be dropping Alan Dawson at this stage of the game.
So England's fielding has certainly let them down today, with certainly 4 very catchable catches being put down.
Mario Solomons through extra cover, out to the boundary. Only 1. That is good fielding this time. Brings a danger man back on strike, so I think they'll be happy with just 1 there. For South Africa.
Yes, I think Dawson needs to. Well, South Africa want Dawson facing as much as possible here.
And Mario Solomons is an experienced cricketer. He'll know that he's got a rampaging Dawson at the other end, and will just nudge it. So Dawson comes down the track, picks out long off, and it's only 1.
Good bowling.
Saw him coming,
Yeah, it's good bowling.
dragged it a
from
little
Chapman
bit short and forced the defensive shot. Oh, that's turned a lot.
Pitched outside the leg stump and turned a bit. But, Solomon's still getting a good bat on it, but straight to Snellgrove at short fine leg. Reverse sweep. Solomon's, which goes over the boundary for 4. Excellent shot, which has got hold of 1 there.
Bob, we're getting updates from Canada and Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe at 205 for 5 at lunch, with Murray Goodwin scoring another 100. And India versus Pakistan at the change of innings. India were 175 for 7. Murray Goodwin is clearly still a serious player.
Yes, he got I can't remember his exact total yesterday, out of 100, and they were in real trouble. 113 for 7, chasing 190 odd, and think he scored 122 of the 191, I think it was, yesterday, and followed it up with another 100 today.
Form is temporary, class is permanent.
Yeah, indeed. That's bowling from Chapman.
Oh, a little bit of aggression there.
Yes, didn't seem very happy.
Not often you see that from the left-arm spinner. But Mario Solomon didn't seem remotely phased.
Not at all, no. So I think Williams is over, but although slightly unlucky to have a catch dropped last ball of the over. I think he's going to be replaced by Mohammed Fayaz, I think. I'll look at it.
Six overs to go. South Africa score at 6 and over from here. They'll be looking at just short of 200, which I think is where they would have been aiming at the start.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, if Dawson and these two stay in, I think they could
Get more than that.
get more than that. Yeah.
Dawson really is the key here. He's looked the most fluent of the South African batsmen.
Yes, he's played with freedom, and he says he gives it a good heave.
As Mo Fayaz remembers that he must take his cap off before he bowls.
So he's got 2 overs left. Chapman 1. So there'll be 3 of the overs. I'd be interested to know what they do regarding the other 3. My guess is that Cooper should come back. He's been the best of our seamers.
Oh, that's putting us in danger. Oh! And England have put it down again, and it goes over the road for 4. It is now 5, Bob.
Certainly is.
Almost thankfully didn't hit that a little bit better, because if it did, it was landing on our roof.
Yes, it was quite close to us, but yeah, I don't know what's gone with England's fielding in this innings. It's 5. Well, that was probably slightly more difficult, perhaps.
That
he
one was a
running,
difficult catch.
because he was almost.
But Dawson
behind
goes
him.
again, and that one is straight up in the air and is caught. And Dawson has royally entertained. And he's out 4. Labila, do we have that score?
It's called Eccleston.
16, 4,
No, Alan Dawson's score.
40, 45.
Alan Dawson
Eccleston
out
was
for
a catcher.
45,
Eccleston was a catcher.
caught by Giles Eccleston off the bowling of Mo Fayaz.
Yes, England will be very pleased to see the back of Dawson, who really did play very well and hit the ball very hard. Some big 6s.
You could almost hear the sigh of relief as Eccleston held on to that one.
Yes, I don't think you could drop that one. Well, could I suppose, but
And again, what could happen, what should happen, what
yes,
does happen.
indeed.
It's Morne Cilliers in for South Africa.
Looks a big lad, and I think the way he strode to the wicket looks like he might not hang around either. Might be
Yeah, he's, again, not somebody who's going to die wandering.
no.
And he's got 4 balls left in this over. He is fresh off a 30-ball 50 against Wales. So if he hangs around for the next 5.4 overs, we could be in for
Yes, indeed.
another treat.
Maybe for you.
I'll enjoy it for both of us. And in another game happening today, USA scored 222 for 5 against New Zealand at the lunch break, as Fires gets one past the outside edge of Mornay Saliers.
Both groups are actually incredibly tight. Both these sides still technically could go out. Well, one of them will have to qualify, but depending on the Pakistan-India game. Ooh, big turn from Fires there.
Charlie Knightley excited about something there.
Didn't seem to move to me, but Russell Tiffin had no interest in raising his finger, so Mo has finished his spell, I think, or has he got one left? He's got one left, sorry.
So an update on the Group B standings. South Africa are currently top with 8 points, with India and England on 6 points, and Pakistan on 5.
Yeah, so if Pakistan have got to win to stay in the tournament. If India win, it's their last game today, so they're one out on Wednesday. So they'd end up with 8, and then it depends on, could go down to run rate, because if England lost today and then beat Wales on Wednesday, we'd both have 8. So it's gone up in the air. It's going to fall short though. So just one to Solomons. So, Chapman to the new batsman.
He's had a look at 5 now, so I think it's only a matter of time before he...
Yeah, so he hasn't got too much more time, has he? He's got to play some shots soon. England, we wanted to keep him on strike as much as possible.
It's out into the offside, and the sweeper on the boundary will cut it off. It's been a good over this from Chapman, only 2 off it so far. Solomon's down the wicket on the pad.
Yeah, I think too far down really, I think, for Russell Tiffin to raise the finger. Nice bowling from Chapman again. Solomons pushes it to long on just for the single.
And it's the end of the 41st over. South Africa 170 for 5.
So Chapman's 9 overs, 1 maiden. No wickets for 31. And Fire's now going to bowl his last over. So far he's bowled 8 overs, 1 for 35. And a couple of catches dropped off his bowling though.
Which means we'll probably see the last 3 overs being shared between Richard Cooper and Marcus Sharp.
You'd have thought so. I'm a little bit surprised that Cooper didn't bowl the last over that end, and Chapman could have bowled this over, another over this end, but
Oh, can you smell those Boerewors rolls from down there?
you're getting hungry. It's almost lunchtime.
Oh! What has happened there?
I don't think he can seem to let go of the ball. I think something was wrong in his run-up, I think. Or maybe something flew into his
Possibly
eye.
one of those muckies that have been...
Yeah, there's been a lot of those around.
Yeah. It's a bit of extra protein for him. And again. What's he done now?
Quite sure what's going on here. There's a bit of cat and mouse going on between batsman and bowler by the look of it.
I think Mario Solomons has opened up and he's not liked it. Solomons taps it into the leg side and Fires sets off furiously to square leg and gets there before the deep fine leg. It's a good piece of fielding from Mo Fires. Not letting anyone take 2.
Especially off his own bowling.
Oh, he's run a long way there. Right, what can Morné Cilliers do here?
Not sure it's done Mo Fires any good the way he's on his haunches, but
Cilliers is looking out towards the cow corner boundary.
yes, I think it's a likely place.
And he's
Over
sliced it just over backward point, out towards the boundary where Eccleston will field. And they're back for 2.
I think that's Williams out there actually, but
Oh, they've moved him.
Eccleston
Eccleston has been there all the...
Yes, he has. He went over his head.
Right.
They put Williams out there, who's pretty fleet of foot for a
4A.
50-year-old.
Here he goes, that's high.
This is going to take some catching.
And it's down again.
That went very, very high, and unfortunately still never really looked like catching it, and in fact in the end didn't get a hand on it. I think that was probably the hardest catch of the lot. I think it went so high it seemed to be, there doesn't seem to be any wind, but it seemed to be moving around in the air.
Must admit it went so high I couldn't see it under our roof.
No.
Oh, that is neat. Little late cut from Mario Solomons down towards the boundary. And they'll come back for 2. As Chapman chases and does the fielding. And what a neat throw straight over the top of the bails. That's tossed up.
It's quite a way out there. They've probably picked their fielder a bit there, and they've taken 2.
The end of the 42nd over, South Africa 178 for 5. Three overs to go. South Africa will still be eyeing up that 200 mark.
And it's going to be Cooper coming back. For 2 overs from the far end from where we are.
Cooper's bowled 6 overs so far today for 25, 1 for 25.
You'd expect Sharp to bowl one more over from this end. Richard Cooper.
So we've got Richard Cooper to Mornay Saliers for the 42nd over. We have got a third man, a deep mid wicket, a long off, and a sweeper on the cover boundary.
And a long on.
And a long on under the trees.
Onto the trees, yeah.
And that's down the leg side and
Starts
called
with a
wide by umpire Tiffin. Big appeal. Squirts off towards third man as umpire Tiffin says no. And they're 3 for 1.
Not sure actually gave a leg by, did he? Did he? He did. No
He
signal, so maybe he thought he got a little nick on it.
the bed.
Big swing. Solomons. No contact. This goes out to Trotman. Short fine leg. No run.
We're at the stage of the innings now where anything goes really. You're going to have a big swing and
Yes,
if you hit it,
yeah, if he gets
great.
out.
If you don't, somebody else will come in and have a go.
Exactly. Oh, nice bowling from Chupa. Saw him advancing down, just a little bit shorter. Solomon's played under it. Through to Knightley, no run. Nice shot from Solomons. Out to deep mid wicket. Just the single. England won't mind that too much.
Oh, he's hit that.
It's gone a long way up in the air. I think it's going to be pretty safe.
Safe.
We'll pick up 2.
I think it's gone pretty much up and then pitched. Hasn't made it to the boundary. Isn't quite timing it today, Mornay Saliers.
After his, as you said, 50 ball 30. He's
30 ball 50.
30 ball 50. I mean, sorry. Go the right way round. 30 ball 50. He should be in good nick, but probably a different wicket. And
Possibly a better bowling attack as well.
yes.
Oh! That's hit him. Potentially on the head. His hat's come off.
His hat's come off. I don't know where it hit him, but
There's an appeal from Knightley and doesn't look too.
hasn't been given out anyway. Knightley seems pretty convinced it's hit something that it certainly looked like it glanced his hat, didn't it? Which fell off.
I imagine if it hit him in the head, he'd be showing a little bit more pain. Looks like Russell Tiffin is saying it hit him on his shoulder, and he's got the medical staff out to have a look. You definitely don't want to see guys getting hit in the head without helmets on. That's
No. Yes, helmets aren't compulsory, but they're kind of when the seamers are on, most batsmen, even at this level, often wear them. But the South Africans, does anybody want a helmet today?
Andre Peters was wearing
Peters,
a helmet,
well,
and I think Salim Mukadam as well.
a couple have, but most of them haven't. Majority haven't.
There's a very famous moment from the '96 World Cup where a batsman from the UAE walked out to face Alan Donald wearing a floppy hat. And this was peak Alan Donald, who was not thrilled by this, landed one short and put it straight into the side of his head first ball.
Oh, nice. Not very sensible.
No, not at all. I think he was the guy who pretty much paid for the team in the sort of amateur days of UAE cricket, and I think it's safe to say Mr. Donald felt disrespected.
Yes, I think that's probably fair.
It's Richard Sharp into Mario Solomons, who gets an inside edge down to short fine leg, and there's no run. Sorry, Marcus Sharp. Hit hard down to long off, where Trotman fields, and it's only one. If you were the bowler now bowling to Morné Saliers, who's just been hit, what would you do?
Well, I don't think Sharps hasn't got the pace to these days to actually worry
He's
him
hit
too
that
much.
one bounce
So I
down to two
I
bounces.
think he'll be bowling short at anybody.
No, the keeper's standing up as well.
Yes.
So last thing you want is someone to disappear over his head for 4 byes.
Exactly. So, but Cooper, I think the last over might have another go.
He's hit that one into the gap. Fayyaz hurdles around more good footwork from Fayyaz. And they're coming back for 3. That is good running. I didn't think I'd see 3 today. It's the second time Mo Fayyaz has put the big size 8s in the way.
So I've actually ran 3 already today.
Apparently I have missed the 3 that happened earlier today. Thank you, Labila, for correcting me. Full toss.
One straight to Cooper. Just the one this time.
The 6th of the over so far. Mario Solomons will be eyeing out a boundary here.
Let's have a good look round. See where the gaps could be. Ball's gone in the air, but it's going to be safe again. And just one Fiaz picks up, throws it low. So we come to the final over.
Your prediction was 185, so we're past that. I was at 225 earlier in the day, so I think it'll take a lot to get there.
We're somewhere in the middle of us, which isn't too bad. They'll be hoping for a decent last over and get to as close to 200 as they can.
I think we all thought the outfield would be a little bit faster. A couple more have held up than we thought, so, and it's turned more than we thought. So I think
I was in the clubhouse earlier. They said that there'd been somebody had been staying up here for 3 days and had a lot of rain, two
Right.
nights, which might have affected the outfield. They said a lot of rain, and so that might have slowed it up a bit, I think.
It definitely hasn't been the batting paradise that we thought it might.
No, it's certainly, I think, very difficult if you've got 2 or 3 good spinners. It's going to be difficult for England
Clive
to get
Eckstein will
these.
come into his own here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very difficult for England against the spin.
Oh!
Cooper bowls short again, and pull from Solomons misses through to Knightley.
Mario Solomons reaches for that one and slips, and
Yes, I think he's tried to give himself some room, and I think Cooper saw him pushed a bit wider. And
it's good bowling from
bowling.
Cooper at the death.
very good.
He's mixing it up with the short, full and wide. Not giving the batsman a chance to premeditate what they're going to do next.
Well bowled by Cooper. I wouldn't throw it if I were you, Mr. Knightley, because that would be overthrows. So he holds on to it and through for a leg by.
I'll talk through the batting card, you talk through the batting card at the end. I'll do the batting, you do the bowling. That's glanced wide of short fine leg. Trotman chases in vain. And South Africa needed that boundary in this over. It takes Mario Solomons to 45. Got 2 balls to get himself to the second half century of the South African innings. It's a solid, if not spectacular, innings from Solomons.
Yes,
but
I mean he's got
45 of 64, batting through to the end. He's done his job for South Africa.
Yeah, I think they'll be pretty happy with this score on this wicket. England have fielded, not say fielded, but caught very, very poorly, with 6 or so catches going down.
And he's edged that straight over the wicketkeeper's head into the side screen for 4. Takes Mario Solomons to 49. This is what we've seen from South Africa though, throughout the tournament. It's been a scorecard where everybody has contributed rather than...
Yes, indeed. 200 up for South Africa, and 1 ball to go.
Maybe Mario Solomons can hit this one for 25.
He'll be very happy with another 4, I can tell you.
Cooper to Solomons, last ball of the innings.
He goes through for
And
50.
it's 1, and that's 50 for Mario Solomons.
So South Africa have ended up on 201 off their 45 overs. I think they'll be pretty happy with that score. I think England will do well to chase 202 on this wicket. I mean, it's not a bad wicket, but it's got a few things in it, it's certainly turning. And I expect Dawson will be quite a handful at the start.
Very much. I'm looking very forward to seeing Dawson and Albani bowl on this pitch, and Clive Eckstein as well. To give you the scores from the South African team, Louis Kuhn scored 9 of 20 before he was caught by
Trotman.
Trotman, bowled Cooper for 9 of 20. Andre Peters was caught Eccleston, bowled Gidley for 50 off 93. Craig Lyons was caught Knightley, bowled
Sharp.
Sharp for 0. Salim Mukadam, LBW to Gidley for 27. Mario Solomons was not out or not out for 50 of 65. Alan Dawson entertained with 45 of 33 with 2 4s and 3 6s before he was caught by Eccleston or Fayaz. And Morne Saliers was not out at the end with 9 of 14.
So on to the bowling. Richard Cooper, 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 29. Marcus Sharp, 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 24. Gidley, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 26. Steve Chapman, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 42. Actually, I've got the Sharps wrong, I'm sorry. 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 31. Cooper, 8 overs, 1 for 36. Sorry about that. Looking at the wrong column. Chapman, 9 overs, 0 for 42. Fires, 9 overs, 1 for 32. And Williams, 3 overs for 29. Who got hit for 17 or so in 1 over, or 18 I think, with a drop catch. I think overall England would be pretty disappointed, 1 to have conceded over 200, and 2 the catching was don't know what the word is. I think it's worse than that, I'm afraid to say. You can't afford to drop 6 catches, and I think 6 catches which they'll all be disappointed that they didn't catch. So a very subpar below performance from the field, and I think South Africa are certainly favourites with this score on this wicket.
Very much so, Bob. I think we're in for an entertaining 45 overs in the second innings. And I think as the players head off for a bit of lunch and a drink, maybe we should too.
Yes, I think it's a very good idea. We'll see you after the lunch break.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back. As England need 202 runs off 270 balls at the 45 overs. South Africa struck 201. It'll be Giles Eccleston who's facing to open, with David Snellgrove at the non-striking end. And into bowl first is Alan Dawson.
A very hard fought first innings here in this Over-50s World Cup fixture. A vital one for England, as we've mentioned a few times.
Good start from Dawson. Little in swing there. Well left by Eccleston.
Dawson he's been superb throughout the tournament already. Maybe not taking as many wickets as you'd expect, but his economy rate has been fantastic. Taking the new ball in every game.
Oh, that's through Eccleston.
That's nipped off the pitch as well.
Yep. Wasn't quickly enough onto that, Eccleston. A little bit loose.
What's the approach going to be here from the English openers?
Well, I'm not privy to their team talks, but I would guess they've certainly got to try and see off Dawson without him getting the wickets, and look for the singles early doors, keep the run rate going. That's good in swing from Dawson there to start with, at a brisk pace.
There's a slight breeze coming through the ground now as well. Might give the bowlers a little bit of something to work with in terms of swing.
That's well played on the offside.
Dawson,
Bill for LBW there, wasn't there, Doug? But I think he just got far enough across there and negated that.
You'll see that is his channel of attack. Is that fourth stump, fifth stump line. And for the one that maybe jags in a bit more, that's where you start trapping the batsman in front.
A little bit of a stare from Dawson to Eccleston. Friendly, of course.
Well, let's call it in the spirit of the game.
Absolutely, in the spirit of cricket.
We know it's
competitive.
yeah, exactly. No, it can get feisty out there, but at the end of a game, it's nothing like sharing a cold beverage.
Well, let's just come on to him. And the prep at the halfway stage was good on the wicket. Looked really good, the wicket. Clearly coming through, had a good roll. So that's the end of the first over. No runs for England.
Yeah, Anthony, do you want to maybe give us a bit of a rundown there on that first innings? Was an entertaining one, as swayed back and forth.
Yeah. So now I'm sorry for my pronunciation. Louis Kuhn. He opened the innings and he only got nine runs, but valuable runs off 20 balls. Andre Peters was caught by Giles Eccleston, bowled by Martin Gidley for 50 runs off 93 balls. And the new bowler is James Albany. I'll go through this as we get the bowling underway. And Craig Lyons, the wicket keeper, caught Charlie Knightley, bowled Marcus Sharp for no runs off 6 balls. And that's an edge, and it's taken. So Snellgrove's out, first ball, caught at second slip. Certainly not the start that England wanted, but good pace and bounce, and clearly carry to the second slip. So Snellgrove's out for a first ball duck, and that's the first wicket down for England.
Yeah, it was on the money first up there from James Albany, and the South African seam attack has struck immediately was a great first over from Alan Dawson. Good maiden over to get started. And then James Albani, who has been his bowling partner for most of this competition, has got that early breakthrough for South Africa.
And the new batsman in is Stephen Chapman, who's a right-handed batsman from Durham, plays for Bishops Auckland. Just carrying on with the South Africa innings there, Salim Mukadam was laid before wicket, bowled by Martin Gidley for 27 off 41 balls. Mario Solomons was not out for 50. Good innings off 66 balls. Alan Dawson hit a very brisk 45, caught by Giles Eccleston, bowled by Mo Fires off 32 balls. Mornay Cilliers was not out on 10, and that completed the batting for South Africa. So 201 was the score from South Africa off their allotted overs. Not a great start for England, but they'll be looking to bounce back. Just got a short break here while the ball's being passed back to the bowler.
South Africa will be very chuffed with that early breakthrough. Just get England on the back foot from the get-go. 201 competitive total on this pitch. It's been very good for the bowlers.
A little bit wider there from Albani. On the England bowling, Richard Cooper bowled very well, his 8 overs, taking 1 wicket for 37. Marcus Sharp, 7 overs, 1 for 31. Nice little bit of away movement there from Albani. Other England bowlers, Martin Gidley bowled 9 good overs and took 2 for 20. So that was a very impressive performance by Martin with the ball. Steve Chapman also bowled 9 overs and took no wicket for 42 runs. Oh. Not out is the call from the umpire, so good bowling by Albani, right on it straight away, putting the England batters under pressure. Just to complete the England bowling figures there, Mo Fires bowled 9 overs, 1 for 32, and James Williams 3 overs, 0 for 29. Oh, that was well left by Chapman, and straight on.
It's been a really good over here from Albani so far. He's pushed the ball away from the right-hander, and that LBW appeal just bowling a little straighter, and maybe just missing off stump, and height may be a question. He's also quite a tall figure.
Nice shot off on the onside. That could run for 4 runs. No, it's just holding up. So that's gone. So 4 runs to England. Nicely tucked off his legs by Stephen Chapman to complete the first over.
Just teasing the fielder there, and he's flicked that away really nicely, and looked quite convincing in his stroke play. It could be a bit of a confidence boost, sigh of relief at the beginning of his innings.
Yes, I quite like this matchup between Dawson and Eccleston, Doug. I think that's going to be, if it carries on, it's going to be a good contest.
It's going to be entertaining.
Because I know that Eccleston does love to cut the ball and to pull it if it's short, but I sense that there's just a little bit too much pace on the ball there at the moment for Eccleston to do that. Oh, he's played that inside, and that could run down for 4. And it has. So inside edge for 4 runs.
Yeah, the ball's shaping in quite a lot into Eccleston, and it's not the first time that he's caught the inside edge.
Nice
Yeah,
little exchange there of smiles there between Dawson and Eccleston, and in the middle, in a friendly way.
Well, I said it in the first innings. It doesn't matter how they come, as long as they do.
Absolutely, yeah. In comes Dawson. That's well played, and a quick single. So that's got to be the tactic there, I think, to neutralise the pace of Dawson. Rotate the strike.
I do foresee England being quick between the wickets as well.
Yeah, I think they've got to take lots of singles. There's a good understanding between the top order batsmen who play a lot more together. But they've got to learn, as I was saying earlier, the mistakes that they made in the game against Pakistan, where there were too many dot balls. These guys know that. They don't need me to tell them that they're very experienced in their game. Well left by Chapman.
I think that's the great thing, is that it still is so competitive because of the wealth of experience within the cricket field at the moment, and it's guys that have played at the top level, so they know all about the pressure situations and the tactics that will go into a game like this. It's a whole lot of brain work.
Oh, that's well bowled. Good carry. Got the 2 slips in at the present time, and the point, so plenty of catching ability there.
It's been a really good turnout in terms of people that have attended the game. I think a lot of the locals also caught wind of the fact that this fixture was happening.
Oh, good.
So they filtered in and brought out the blankets and the camp chairs to come and join us at this beautiful venue in Boland.
Oh, that's very well bowled.
And that is the end of over number 3. And it's been another eventful one. 9 for 1 are England. And the seamers getting a lot out of the pitch and the ball at the moment, making things a bit sticky. But for England, you'd think that things will get a bit easier once they see off the new ball. Stay in a few overs. Just make sure that they don't lose any more early wickets. Just consolidates, because 201, it is very chaseable, and it's all about how well England come through with the bat.
So Giles Eccleston just taking guard there.
Let's say that was one of the better overs I've seen James Albani bowl in this tournament. Has his moments where he spray guns a bit, and that first over was really good. The final ball just maybe a tad too straight, but other than that, not bad.
It's just played down or run down by Eccleston to the 3rd man region. Where does James Albani play his cricket, club cricket? Do you know?
Must admit, I'm not too sure. In Mpumalanga,
Okay.
one of the northern provinces in the country. I can't say I know too much about his cricket history, and
And the geographical spread of the South African team from all over, almost from Cape Town, right?
It's from the Boland. It's from the Boland.
Lovely. It just moved in actually off the seam, so well left by Stephen Chapman there. Yes, I think in the England side there's a spread of the talent. There's some around the London area, and then some from the Midlands and some from the north of England. So
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
Lovely.
nicely played by Chapman to the offside, and not to forget Richard Trotman from my county, Gloucestershire. So
But you mentioned that there's quite a rigorous like selection process in terms of there's a lot of players that have been cut down to this,
oh yes,
this final squad.
Yes. Barney coming in. Yes, I mean the county setup is very well structured. They have a knockout competition, and it's usually Essex or Middlesex that are there or thereabouts, and there's a number of those players in the England side. Not to discount a lot of the northern counties, who are very good as well, as you can expect. But it must be very difficult to select from all the players that are playing.
Yeah, who would want to be a selector? Because let's be honest, there's never a right answer.
No. But that concludes the over. So that is 4 overs now completed, and the score is 10-1. And a lot of the counties will have 2 or 3 sides now at say 50 years of age, plus over 60s and over 70s, so that it's going quite deep into the age groups as well. In comes Dawson, and that's nicely played by Eccleston. Covers that well.
So yeah, I'm hearing rumours, but I'm not sure the validity of them. But an Over-50s World Cup possibly happening as well soon.
I think that's happening in Pakistan, I believe. And then there's an Over-60s World Cup in India coming up soon.
Brilliant to hear that it's taking off. And
Absolutely, yeah. Well, that's well covered by Eccleston.
And it's also nice to see that the spread of the World Cups going to places like India or Pakistan, which are also avid cricket loving nations, and taking it to that side of the world as well.
Oh, that's very, very close, but he's right on the money, Alan Dawson, isn't he? His bowling is absolutely spot on.
His lines have been so impressive throughout this tournament, and it's one of the first times I've seen him have a go at a left-hander, and goodness me, he's bowled something like nine balls to the left-hander at least, and it's been very difficult to get him away. But Eccleston weathering the storm. You know, it's what you need to do as an opener.
Yes,
it's not
it
always
is.
going to be pretty. It's
No.
not always going to be easy.
No, he's doing that very well.
You'd also think the longer it takes to get that second wicket for South Africa, the more England can find their way into the game. Well, not
Yeah.
get into the game, but actually to grab a foothold in the game.
Is Sophie Eccleston related to he played in the T20?
Alan Dawson also could be the fastest bowler in this tournament, so he generates quite a lot of pace. Still a very flowing action and looks really, really good through the motions.
Yeah, he's very comfortable in his run-up, isn't he? And he's got that lovely in-swing. What would you say he's bowling at in kilometres per hour these days?
Oh, it's quite a difficult one to say, because most of the cricket that I've watched is from this very angle that our viewers are watching.
Right.
So to judge the speed,
Mid 120s?
Yeah, you'd have to think so. 120, 125
yeah.
maybe.
That's good pace.
Well, for me, it's not just the fact that he's bowling at that pace, it's the consistency with which he's hitting his lines and lengths.
And he's doing a lot with the ball as well.
Exactly.
So
No, it's
England need to see off that that bowler, and also this bowler as well, James Albany, who is bowling very good lines as well. That's a nice on drive by Chapman and a good single. That's good intent from Steve Chapman.
Yeah, fielding's also going to be vital. We saw a few drop catches in the English innings, but ground fielding was superb. Lots of diving around and boots in the way to save runs. Those could add up in the end as well.
Oh, that's he's got bat on that, and that's going to be 4. So that's a nice shot from Giles Eccleston, just down to the fine leg region. 4 runs. Takes the score on to 15.
Yeah, he's just clipped that, made it look really easy. Albani with his angling of the ball, just starting his line too straight, and any sort of bat on ball in that scenario is going to race away.
Ooh, that got through. Kept it a little bit low to the keeper.
Be interesting to see if this pitch deteriorates over the course of the innings. It's expected that it might. It's very, very flat to begin with.
There was a nice bit of turn in the first innings, wasn't there, of for the England slow bowlers. It's a little bit down the leg side, and did that come off the hit?
Looks like it,
Yes,
and it is.
Leg by.
We're looking, I'm sure that Clive Extian and Bruce Wilson will be licking their lips at the opportunity of bowling on this track. Still a very seam-heavy lineup, and Salim Mukadam also getting injured in the batting innings, so he would have also had a few overs, I'm sure, but doubt he's fit to bowl.
Oh, that's a little loose there from Chapman. Yes, I was going to ask you, who is the other fifth bowler for South Africa, with Mukadam having that injury?
So obviously we've got the leg spinner in Bruce Wilson. He's going to be a vital role that he plays in this innings.
That's a nice drive. Good stop there at cover.
And then of course there's left arm seamer Grant Jansen. It's been relatively good as far as the tournament goes.
Score is 17 for 1 off 6 overs. And the required run rate is 4.74, so just a little tad under that at the moment, but plenty of time to recover, providing England don't lose wickets.
And there is another bowler that's also in the starting lineup, and that's Ghulam Talib. He's been utilised more in the middle overs towards the back end, but once again another seamer. So 4 seamers, 2 spinners in this South African attack.
Oh, that's a beautiful ball. Good length, and just moving away from Chapman there.
Seriously not making things easy for the batsman is Alan Dawson. Also one of those bowlers that I think he hasn't taken enough wickets, because so many deliveries are just almost too good. Just doesn't catch that edge as much as you would think.
Lovely late away swing there. Still covered by Chapman, but he's got to try and find ways to neutralise that swing from Dawson.
Do you think once the newer ball becomes less effective in terms of movement,
Yes.
it will be a little more comfortable to bat? And so if these two batsmen can just see out this opening pair and find themselves here after 15. But that in itself is quite an ask.
That
when
was
you
a
got
good
bowling
example
like
of what
that.
you were saying earlier. A lot of people would have got a nick on that, yeah.
Even here, there's quite a lot of activity around the ground. It's very chipper and chirpy. Lots of cheering from the sidelines as well.
Good work there,
A little bit of risk taken by Chapman, and that's 4 runs. Yes, that was over the second slip region for 4 runs. So Chapman taking a risk, and I think that might have unsettled Dawson a little bit, but certainly went very fast to the boundary.
No fast bowler is ever going to take that one with a smile on his face, because he's worked so hard just to see it fly over the slips. And
Went quickly, didn't it? Oh, he's gone down the leg side. That'll be a wide.
that might very well be the frustration of that previous delivery, because hasn't bowled one delivery as loose as that yet. I think that's also the first extra of the innings, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, takes England on to 22 for 1.
Well, that's barring a leg bye, that is. Bowling induced extra.
Oh, again, that is beautiful bowling. Just squared Chapman up. Great competitor, Alan Dawson.
Dawson to round off the 7th.
And again, nothing on it from Chapman, so that's the end of the over. And that's 22-1. 22 for 1.
England 22 for 1. It's just a case of weathering the early storm. Also mentioned the conditions out here in the Boerland, very hot, very dry heat, and as soon as the wind starts picking up, it can cool over the ground, and it's a real buzz about the South Africans at the moment. Why wouldn't there be? These two openers doing a fantastic job.
Nicely played by Eccleston onto the onside for 1 run. What a great catch! Diving to his right. Peters took the catch, one-handed, diving to his right to take the wicket of Chapman.
That is an absolute specky. Diving to his right and grabbing it one-handed out of mid-air. Wow. I mean, we spoke about the England drop catches. That's what a catch can do. And guaranteed that's going to lift the spirits of the South Africans.
Yeah, that was a very good catch. That's just lifted the South African morale there. You'll have to explain to me, what does specky mean there?
It's an abbreviation or a shortened version of spectacular.
Ah, brilliant.
I'll say it's not. I don't think it's too common a word to use, but I'm here for the colour commentary.
Oh, that's good. I'm learning a lot here.
South Africans do speak a different kind of English, don't they?
So the new batsman in now is Richard Trotman, right-handed batsman from the Gloucestershire area. Plays for Twyford House.
Coming in at number 4. I'm sure he can hold the bat.
Got a very good 100 against the UAE, 104. And Khurram Khan was the bowler there for the UAE. Bowled very well with his left arm orthodox. So 4 balls left in the Albany over.
No, it's one of the top universities in the country.
The clubs play that? Yeah. Wicket. I couldn't turn this up away.
And that's why for the, not given us a why, but certainly left by Richard Trotman there.
Well, a bit of a rebuild now from from England required.
Yeah. Quite full from Albany there.
The Kiwis had a 59-year-old quickie that was as quick.
And he's edged and caught. So Trotman's out for nothing there. Caught second slip off Albany. So England's backs are firmly to the wall now.
That's another catch for Captain Louis Kuhn, standing at that second slip region. Albany is on an absolute tear this afternoon, grabbing his 3rd wicket now. And unfortunately Foster does depart, and that's a first bowler. It's just caught the outside edge.
Trotman. That'll be Trotman.
Apologies, that was Trotman that departed now.
And the new incoming batsman is Nasser Ahmed, right-hand bat.
And you say he's had quite a good tournament so far with the
He's
bat.
had an excellent tournament so far, but he's now in a very different position those other games that he played. So he's got to build an innings here with Eccleston.
Definitely coming in earlier than he would have liked or anticipated.
Got the man who's come in short on the, just out I think of camera view, but just short on the extra or drive. Not that close, but looking for the one that comes up. But 2 slips in is a really good shout, isn't it, from the South African captain there. He's got his field right.
Yeah, look, why wouldn't you go on the aggressive with the start that South Africa had?
That's cut away by Ahmed down to the man there at 3rd, and nicely in. So that completes the over. That's 24 for 3 off 8 overs.
A very successful one there for South Africa. It went for 2 runs and 2 wickets coming from it. So James Albany, chief destroyer at the moment.
And all catches. Very good catches as well.
I think quite straightforward ones in the slip cordon by Captain Louis Kuhn. But a real spectacular one from the half centurion, Andre Peters. Dawson's on the other end thinking, what do I have to do for a wicket?
Yes, those last 4 balls he bowled were absolute peaches, weren't they? They turned Steve Chapman inside out.
Attempted counter-attack here from Ahmed. Just Alan Dawson not taking that very well.
I think South Africa will be wanting these bowlers to carry on as long as they can.
I'm sure you can bowl 15 overs a bowler.
Well, within the 9.
Dawson has looked like he's rushed the batsman
Yes,
in these first few overs.
he's right up for the game, isn't he? Right up
Mm.
for it.
Yeah.
Play down to the 3rd man region by Ahmed there.
That would probably be the best scoring region if you were an English batsman. We've seen that in quite a few innings where it's just guided down to that 3rd man boundary, and just a way to keep the scoreboard ticking and get some strike rotation in. No need to go straight down the ground all the time.
Driven by Eccleston for no run.
How would you sum up the sort of the depth in the English batting lineup? I would assume that there are quite a few in the lineup that can hold a bat.
Yes, there's still a lot of batting to come. But obviously it's a question of getting runs as well, and all of the batsmen will bat high for their counties, so they're all very capable batsmen. It's a much different situation, isn't it, playing international cricket than playing your club or even county cricket in this environment. So they do bat all the way down. Oh, that's very well bowled. But I think a lot will rest on Giles Eccleston and Nasir Ahmed here being at the wicket.
Look, both very capable batsmen, so they will look to spend as much time at the crease. Even if they're not scoring too many runs, the next, I would say, 10 to 12 overs should just be a case of not losing any more wickets, laying more of a foundation so that the second half of the innings is one where they can start taking in the attack to South Africa.
Yes, England are now 25 for 3 off 9 overs.
Albani to continue now with his 5th one. 3 for 13 in his first 4.
Played by Ahmed to the onside, no run. That's hit quite hard by Ahmed down to the 3rd man region. Comes in, good throw for just the 1 run.
Quite interesting for me that at this Over-50s World Cup, a lot of the fielders out on the boundary almost have a bowling action when releasing the ball to send it in to the middle. I've seen that quite a few times.
I think as you get older you lose your arm.
Just get a bit of momentum with that
Shot
leading
from
arm.
the opening batsman Eccleston there, lovely on drive for 4 runs. So well batted Giles Eccleston there, took on Albani.
That's a really good shot, and he's made that look very easy, and he's timed that very well. It's raced away to the boundary. It hasn't been an easy one to chase down.
Well left.
Just saw pictures of Grant Jansen now starting to warm up as the left arm seamer prepares himself.
Oh, that's a beautiful ball. Went away from Eccleston.
Captain Louis Kuhn be very happy with this opening pair.
No run there. And that completes the over nicely for England. 30 for 3. Off 10. Yeah, so some rebuilding here required by England.
Have they been in a situation like this so far in the tournament where they've lost a few early wickets?
Probably not at this stage in terms, I can't remember the exact statistics, but not this early to lose 3 wickets in such a crucial game as this. That's very well bowled. It's got the ball on a string, Dawson.
Bit of wizardry.
Oh.
I'm surprised they've used him. Well, I can't say I'm surprised they've used him for a 6th, but I would have maybe saved him for the latter parts of this innings. But they'll probably leave his other 3.
Well, they probably think they need to get Ahmed out. That's a beautiful shot. And that's going to go for 4 runs. So nicely cut by Nasir Ahmed there for 4 runs.
He's hit that really well. It's timed that superbly, and it raced away to the boundary.
Yes, cracking shot back from Ahmed. He does like to play that late cut. Oh, that's turned Ahmed square, but it could be 2 there. They run hard, and there is. There is a man down there at third man who throws the ball in.
Some very good running between the wickets, and just a bit of reprieve here. 6 runs coming from the last 2 deliveries. Maybe just putting a bit of pressure back on Dawson now. But Ahmed from the get-go has looked to take on Dawson.
That's a lovely drive by Ahmed. Will only be 2, I suspect. Good fielding and a quick throw.
Yeah, it's a big effort on the boundary, sliding in. But once again, 2 more runs to the total. It's been a big over. 8 runs from it, and the 2 balls remaining.
Oh, that's very well bowled again by Dawson, just short of a length. Good Yorker length, no run, and backed up as well.
So a bit of a counter-attacking over there from England, and maybe exactly what they needed just to sort of gain a bit of momentum. 8 runs coming from it, and with 11 overs completed, score is 38 for 3.
So, Albani still on, or have we got a change?
No, James Albani continuing.
Yep.
Also here to bowl his 6th over. Thought with Grant Jansen warming up that they might have used him for one of these 2 overs.
Giles Eccleston is on 15 runs off 27 balls, and Nasir Ahmed is on 11 off 12 balls, so he's pushed things on a little bit. But Nicely played off the back foot by Eccleston.
Really was a good looking shot. So often in cricket it just goes straight to the fielder. And it's no reward, but it's a good looking shot.
It's working on that ball. All Barney, trying to keep the shine.
Yeah, I do think the shine will start fading now. I have seen a few more menacing shots from this English pair, and I think it's because the ball is a little easier to read now.
Just played onto the onside by Eccleston there for a single. There's a man there to collect it. Yeah, we're using the Duke's balls for this World Cup tournament, so they stay hard, but they will lose a little bit of their lacquer. So Nasir Ahmed to face. Just played onto the onside there. Might be 2 runs. Yep, he's squirted that just behind square.
They did manage to go through for a second one. So keeping the scoreboard ticking, yeah, exactly what captain and coach would have asked for.
And again, it's played onto the onside. Just a single this time, I suspect. Yep. One ball left in the over. Eccleston to face. Tense time at the moment, Doug, for both sides, and Eccleston just gets that on the pad and passes that to the keeper. So that's the end of the over. 42 for 3.
As you say, very tense moments out here. It's a mouth-watering encounter that we have here. But I do believe that it is the end of our commentary stint.
Yep, we're going to hand over to Bob Baxter. And
Thanks, Anthony and Doug. Welcome back, Bob.
Welcome back yourself. A little bit of a recovery. Not a major one so far, but steadied the ship, I suppose you could say.
We did miss a very entertaining 12 overs.
Yeah, Dawson bowled beautifully.
Oh, wasn't he magnificent?
And his colleague picked up the wickets.
I was having a
Although
chat
he
with...
bowled pretty well as well, to be fair to him. But
he did.
Yeah. He
I
bowled
had a
very well.
brief chat with him down on the fine leg boundary, and he said bowling with Dawson at the other end is an absolute treat because of all the pressure he's creating.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. He's beating the bat 3 times against the right-handers, 3 times and over, and so much pressure to get runs at the other end. So we've got to change of bowling now.
Grant Jansen will be left arm over the wicket. Well, eventually he will be
missed his run up.
left arm over the wicket. So far he's taken 4 wickets in the tournament at an economy rate of 4.9 and an average of 24.
Worked very hard by Nasir Ahmed for 4. First ball, pitched a bit short. Very quick onto it.
Nasir Ahmed has come out definitely with some intentions of getting after the bowling. He's not going to let anybody tie him down.
He's the man in form. Set at 200 odd runs in the first 4 innings. Hardly failed. Well, hasn't failed at all. 30 odd in the first game, 40, 70 and 50. So I think the body is taking its toll. I think he's been on the physio's table quite a lot in order to get out there.
From what I've seen, the physios are rather hard working.
Well, I think after 4 or 5 games at over 50s level, you're
earning your money.
You earn your money, yeah.
It's better from Jansen. The last time these two teams met in a World Cup was in 2020 in March at Weinberg Boys High School. It was the last completed game in the aborted Over 50 World Cup, just before everyone was sent home because of COVID. And it went down to the last over, as Ahmed plays it into the gully for no run. And yeah, that game went into the last over. It was fantastic watching. Alan Dawson bowled Alan Dawson bowled a tight last over to win it for South Africa. So if we repeat that, we should be in for a good afternoon.
1-1 in World Cup games. I think we heard at the opening ceremony. I think, England won before in Australia. Not in Australia, but one before that. And Ahmed goes for another big hit. Quite get it, but it's going to be enough for it to roll over the boundary for 4. And England's 50s comes up. 50 for 3 in the 13th over.
If I was Louis Kuhn, I wouldn't be completely unhappy with the way Nasir Ahmed is playing. There's an element of risk to it, and he will give a chance.
He's given chances, and to be fair, in most of the innings he's played, but he gave 2 yesterday. One was, as I think I said in the earlier commentary, caught, but chap stepped on the line. But he's pulled that one away, another short ball, and he's pulled that for another 4. So 3 4s in the over. Just put England back in the game. 54 at the end of the 13th. Nasir's been the man of the tournament, and as far as England are concerned, and with the bat. And Giles Eccleston has been England's best player over a few years, so hasn't quite got going in this tournament yet. But very dangerous person if you don't get him out early. So we'll have to see. He's got a start in most of his innings so far, but hasn't actually gone on to any big scores. So double change here.
So Clive Eckstein, he'll be coming on with his left arm orthodox spinners. Clive Eckstein played 6 test matches for South Africa. As we mentioned earlier, played in the famous Wanderers test where Mike Atherton scored 185 not out. And took well over 300 wickets for the Old Transvaal in his playing career. So he certainly has the pedigree. Let's see what he can do once he finds someone to take his hat and glasses.
We'll see how much turn he gets, because England bowlers, certainly 1 or 2 of them, got a reasonable amount of turn. And if he bowls as well as I'm sure he can, he's going to be a difficult customer.
He's taken 3 wickets for 68 so far in the tournament, at a average of 24, and at 3.6 and over. So he's been relatively economical.
This will be another test for the English batsmen. Could be more effective to the right-handed Nasir Ahmed rather than spinning into the left-handed Giles Eccleston, but we'll see.
The other player I'm really interested to see having a go is Bruce Wilson. He hasn't had the best tournament so far as Eckstein comes in, but he was very effective in 2020. Short from Eckstein and well fielded by the captain, Louis Kuhn. He'll feel he's got away with that one.
Yeah, it's a bit of a short ball which Giles Eccleston was looking to push through mid-wicket, but hit it straight to the fielder. A little bit of turn. Not surprised about, having watched the England bowlers in the first innings.
It's a good line of length from Eckstein.
Dug out by Eccleston. To cover, no run. It's a very steady start. Left arm spinner.
The lunch break I walked onto the field to have a look at the pitch, and if I hadn't spent the last sort of 60 overs watching it turn, I wouldn't have thought that it would be turning. There's no obvious rough patches.
No, I suppose it's probably just drying out a little bit. Maybe it's got a little bit of water because of so much rain over here. Might be just drying out a little bit, but certainly has been some turn, hasn't there?
So far, this is the over South Africa have needed to get a grip on proceedings again. And as I say that, short and wide and cut away behind backward point for 4.
Don't think it's quite
It
gone.
hasn't gone for 4.
And I think they've only taken 1. I think they thought it was going for 4.
No, that's a mistake.
I think we've got a mistake on the screen there. That was not a 6. It was only a 1. We'll have words with her later about what a 6 really is. She tells me she loves cricket, but
Maybe they just needed the runs when.
yeah, I know. But we're the other team.
But England, maybe they just needed the runs.
Eccleston, both batsmen I think thought the ball was going to go for 4, and it held up.
Again, that's not the sort of thing that should happen, but the sort of thing that every now and again does.
Yes.
Grant Jansen to continue from the mountain end.
Expensive first over, but let's see how he bowls to the left-handed Eccleston.
Outside off and left alone. It's a better start. So that one gets lobbed over Craig Lyons' head and he has to run out to the deep extra cover boundary to fetch it. He won't be pleased about that in this heat.
Similar delivery. Eccleston leaves it alone. He's pitching it up a bit more this over, having got
Thumped, I think is the word you're looking for.
Good word, good word, thumped. For 3 4s in the last over by pitching too short.
We haven't seen a lot of short pitch bowling. Is it a gentleman's agreement that at over 50 cricket we don't?
No, not at all.
Ah,
I just think
oh,
that as a generalisation, if you take Dawson and people like that out of the equation, most of the bowling isn't quick enough to bowl short. I mean, Dawson could, at his pace, still bowl short and and get a couple of balls go past your shoulder or whatever. As a generalisation, the bowling is obviously somewhat more gentle than it used to be when they were bowling 20, 30 years ago. So
I suppose Dawson was never really a bouncer kind of bowler, even in his heyday.
no, he's just gets it to move around and still got great control, isn't he?
Strange how he was never the quickest in his career, but
Still,
at this point he is
yeah,
he's rapid.
for 50 over cricket, he's bowls at a good pace and still moves it around. Got fantastic control. It's much better over from Jansen this one. Eggleston not be able to get the ball away. They're going to go in a difficult position in a way, so they've got to keep the runs ticking over, but of course another wicket would put them under a lot of pressure, less than 60 and 4 wickets down, so a bit of circumspect to start with and pick up those bad balls when they come along.
Well, we're one ball away from the drinks break, and I think South Africa were 55 for 2, and England are going to go into drinks at 55 for 3, so it's a very even start, or even comparison between the two teams. So, are we a ball ahead here, or was somebody?
She also has 6 balls.
No, we've just realised it's drinks.
It is drinks. It looked like they were going to bowl another ball, but the umpires decided it's drinks.
Who's happier at the drinks interval?
I think South Africa probably. If, England scoring at less than 4s. Okay, it's the same score roughly, rather than the wicket at the first drinks break. But I would suggest that England's drop catches probably cost them. Well, it's difficult to know how much it cost them, but it probably cost them 20 or 30 runs, which I think is I think 170, 180, as we said, was more par. But England have come back into the game having couldn't be much of a worse start really.
And South Africa have caught very well.
They've caught well, 3 catches, and England dropped 6. So there's a big difference. And
it also makes a difference when someone like Andre Peters is taking half chance catches and turning those into wickets rather than relatively simple catches being turned into
absolutely
1 run or sometimes even 4 runs.
Yeah, I mean, if England lose, I'm sure that on the coach home it will be kind of that our fielding just wasn't good enough to restrict South Africa to a total which we'd have been much happier with. But it's not all over. These two are, as I said, 2 of our best batsmen, if not the 2 best batsmen. So South Africa will be slightly wary that if they are still here in 10 overs time, it could be an interesting game. So we're nearly ready to start again after a quick drinks break.
This time it'll be Clive Eckstein left arm around the wicket to Ahmed. Retaking his guard and making sure he is fully focused before play gets underway again.
Nice shot from Ahmed, but straight to the wicket.
Oh, it has stumped or is it bowled, and that is the big wicket for South Africa as Nasir Ahmed is out for 26 of 22. That is a big wicket for South Africa. He's been the danger man throughout this tournament so far for England.
Yes, big wicket for South Africa. Very unlike Ahmed's shot. Tried to play it into cow corner, I think that's probably the best way to put it. And missed it, and I believe he was bowled rather than stumped, but it's difficult to tell from here. Bowled. And looking on the replay. Yeah.
I think he was aiming for the same lady that Alan Dawson nearly hit in the
Yeah, he was.
in the pavilion earlier.
But he's playing against the spin, and always dangerous.
You want to say that's the experience of Clive Eckstein coming to the fore, but at over 50 level, I think everybody's experienced.
Yes, indeed.
Jonathan.
Jonathan Wildman comes to the crease.
And this is a big moment for South Africa because now they've got through the players that have scored all the runs for England.
Indeed.
Jonathan Wildman so far in the tournament has played 3 games, batted twice, and scored 29 runs. So he hasn't been in the best of form, and he's into a high pressure situation with England on the ropes at 55 for 4.
Yes, he's got to play a supporting role to Giles Eccleston, I think, here. As I said, before we lost that wicket, we didn't really afford to lose another one for a while. And England have now done that. I think Wildman will look to push a few singles and support Giles. Giles is obviously the only, well, not the only, but the main threat to South Africa.
I think Louis Kuhn is taking an attacking stance here because he's brought in Morne Saliers into a catching short extra cover there.
Yeah, I think he's completely right to do so as well. Another wicket here would be almost curtains for England.
Eckstein finishes off the over with another dot ball. After 16 overs, England are 56 for 4. With Giles Eccleston on 17 and Jonathan Wildman having just arrived at the crease on 1. Looks like Grant Jansen is back into it, or is continuing from the mountain end. Bowled a very expensive first over and then a very economical second. So
Yeah.
who knows what's going to come up now.
That's what's going to happen this third, yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Looks like he's found his line of length now, doesn't it? And fine delivery. It's Wellman yet. Wellman's outside edge.
South Africa seem to have been beating the outside edge a lot more than England did there. Between Dawson and Jansen, they're definitely getting some more movement than we saw with the English seamers.
Yeah, I think you can probably take Dawson out of the equation because he's going to beat most people's outside edge, I think. But yeah, yes, you're right. Wellman
And that's
hits it
high,
high,
but
I
it
think
is
it's
going
just
to land
used
safe.
Yes, bit of fortune for Wellman. Went to pull, slightly short, probably maybe not short enough, and Wellman didn't get hold of it, but got enough of it to make sure that mid-on couldn't run round and catch it.
It's probably onto him a little bit quicker than he expected as well. Top half of the bat and it looped just wide of mid-on.
Wellman, Eccleston hits a bit disappointed. That a short ball from Jansen, which he cuts, but straight to cover point. So I'm sure a bit disappointed that he didn't get some runs from that ball.
Oh no! Oh, it's mixed up between the batsmen, but
I think he was going to be safe. I think he wasn't far enough down to be in trouble, but Phil
Craig
didn't pick it up anyway. So
Craig Lyon couldn't pick it up. And they don't even have a runner. Oh! Has that bounced? Or was that dropped? Bump ball, I'm told. End of the 17th overs. England are 57 for 4.
a little bit of turn for 16 there. A little bit more flight. Wellman groping it in a bit. Missed it by a distance.
Required run rate started at just under 4.5 and is creeping up to 5.3, 5.4 now. So you'll definitely see some scoreboard pressure on the England team as with every dot ball that rate creeps closer and closer towards 6.
Yes, England won't want to get it past 6, that's a certainty. But Exteen's bowling very tightly. It's going to be difficult to get away.
It's well fielded by Salir at that short extra cover. Watchfully played by Wellman again. It's another dot ball from Eckstein. He'd long been described as a wily left arm spinner, and I think we're seeing that now.
Yes, indeed. He was bowling very well.
It's a maiden over, and Eckstein has 1 for 2 off 3.
Literally bowled one short ball, which Eccleston hit, which they thought was going to go for 4, and they only run 1. But other than that, very accurate, bit of turn, and England finding it very difficult to get away. So Janssen to continue. Eccleston leaves. Good length from Janssen.
I think 12 off his first over. That means it's 2 overs for 1 run, which is a very neat return from Janssen.
Shot from Eccleston, but can't pierce the field.
Okay.
Eccleston's got hold of that one and pushed it over wide mid-wicket, or 4 runs, much needed boundary for England.
England have been particularly severe on anything short, and it looks like a pitch that is definitely does more if you're going to pitch it up.
Yeah, I think it sits up a bit if it's short, doesn't it? And Dawson proved by not bowling short that and beating the bat so often that pitching it up is the way forward.
It's a full toss, and again it's picked out Clive Eckstein at backward point.
Brilliant fielding. Safe 4 runs, definitely.
Eccleston will be disappointed that he'll feel he's missed out on another boundary opportunity there.
Yeah, it was a full toss, which he hit well, but too close to Eckstein, and fell to his left and picked it up.
It's a better line and length from Janssen as it's pushed out towards mid-on for no run.
End of another over.
Clive Eckstein to bowl the 20th over. He's taken 1 for 2 so far, and you'll feel that if he can strangle another one out here, he'll put South Africa right in the pound seats.
Yes, I think they were there already, but England will have to start playing a couple of shots against him, because although they've got a few runs off Janssen, they can't have one end being totally tied up.
It's well bowled again, and they scurry through for a quick single.
Oh, that could be more.
Oh no, that's not the sort of fielding you want as a bowler.
Yeah, the wicketkeeper threw it in, and slightly wide of the bowler, and went all the way down to long off, so they took another run.
Looks like a little bit of banter between Eckstein and Ecclestone there.
Nicely bowled again.
On the whole, South Africa's fielding today and throughout the tournament has been pretty good. But I think that's a hallmark of all South African sides, really.
It's nicely played by Wildman. A late cut, but they can't quite get back for 2.
Well bowled again by Eckstein just outside off stump, but it's defended watchfully by Eccleston. 1 ball in this 20th over. Eccleston down the pitch.
Can't get it away.
And that's the end of another tight over from Clive Eckstein. But you can feel the tension sort of increasing in the middle as
Sorry, you're saying?
saying you can feel the tension increasing in the middle as South Africa really get a stranglehold on proceedings here. England know that they've got to do something. With every ball that goes past, you can feel it just getting a little bit more tense.
Very much so. Seems to have a bit of a hold up in play. I'm not quite sure why the sub-fielders come on, but not sub-England players come on. But anyway, umpire's having a chat. Yeah, look, England are struggling against Eckstein. They're getting a few runs from Janssen. Obviously, there's a 5th bowler to come on. But the way Dawson bowled, he's got 3 to come as well. So it's unlikely they'll get too many from him. So it can't afford to get too far behind the rate. Yet wickets obviously still important, so it's a bit of a conundrum really. Just got to wait for those bad balls and see where we are at, I don't know, 28, 30 overs. See what we're left with us 15.
Still James Albani with
he bowled
3
well
to
as
come.
Well. He did bowl as well.
It's uppish, but well fielded by Lyons at extra cover. Wasn't fooled by the spin. Looked for a moment like he might be.
I think the plan must be to have a little bit of a dart at Janssen, because Eckstein just is bowling very tightly, and they might get a few singles and the odd 2, but
So that's not going to win you the game.
not going to win us the game, no.
And this is where you feel like something's going to happen, because they've either got to hit some boundaries.
Yeah, and I think Wellman's
get it
probably
wrong-
realised that he's got to target Janssen a bit more.
But if you get it wrong, you're 5 down and
Yeah,
very much into the lower order and exposing the tail. It's a difficult situation to be in, particularly when you haven't scored runs throughout the tournament.
Totally, yeah. Wellman hasn't hit the straps at a time. I mean, Eccleston is an absolutely fine player, has got so many hundreds in his career, and is well capable of
Pushed into the covers.
making a big score here.
Got to hurry, but get through for one.
I would suggest that I hope the other players aren't listening, but if Eccleston was out now, we'd really struggle to get within anywhere near of South African score.
But even today, he's been substantially tied down with 21 off 55 so far.
I think the start we got, he's and facing Dawson, there's a bit of both really. Of that, we lost so many early wickets, so he had no much option just to hang around. But as you say, we can't play like this for the next 10-15 overs and get too far behind the rate.
That's a good shot.
That's a good shot.
Cut backward of point for 4. That rate you talk about is already getting up to just under 5.8. So it's not where England will want it.
No, as I said, if it creeps above 6, we have got a problem.
That's when the pressure really starts to build, because every dot ball, that rate just gets higher. Played out into the covers and again well fielded by Louis Kuhn. And that brings the 21st over to a close. Janssen has bowled 5 overs for 22, so pretty much in keeping with his economy rate throughout the tournament.
Have South Africa got another spinner to bowl today?
We haven't seen Bruce Wilson yet, who bowled some leg spinners.
Okay.
Had a very good, well, partial tournament in 2020 before everyone was sent home. So I'm sure we will see him at some point today. We haven't yet seen Salim Mukadam, who's currently South Africa's leading wicket taker, with 7.
Oh, okay.
Just been pointed out to me that Salim Mukadam injured his calf in the batting,
yeah, of course, yeah.
Well, while batting and isn't going to be bowling today, which is a pity. He uses his feet. It might not go to the boundary as Albani comes round from long on. And I can't see what's happened behind there because it's behind the side screen. But I can see James Albani signalling a 4. He hasn't quite got the size 8s on that. Next team won't mind that. The bowlers, if the batsmen are using their feet, they're looking to attack him and it gives him a chance.
Not a substitute fielder.
That one's short and played into the offside. Fielded on the boundary. As we wait for Alan Dawson to move out to a deep backward point. It's again well bowled by Eckstein, keeping Eccleston quiet.
Nice bowling again. Eccleston has to defend. But they got some runs off this over, which they haven't done before, so boundary from Wildman. Nice shot from Eccleston. Picked up by the deep cover boundary. About fielder up on the boundary. 75 for 4.
It looks like it'll be Grant Jansen again. Probably his last over, as he's bowled 5 already, so 6 is a long spell in this heat, although it is slightly cooler with the wind now than it was.
Yes, it's definitely a little bit better, isn't it? A little bit of breeze. Still very hot. Says it's 32 degrees on my phone, which is pretty warm.
I did manage to get a swim in during the lunch break and it was very refreshing.
Very nice.
Joined Mario Solomon and Morne Salir having a post-innings cool down.
Nice bowling from Jansen.
There's been a good crowd out today. All the way you look around the boundary, there's Stellenbosch locals have come out to support their team.
And Paul.
And Paul, as Lapila tells me here.
Yes, it's been well advertised, and there's been a lot on social media, and we've been trying to push. I think all sides have been trying to push it on some social media stuff. So, and I think it's all only going to get a bigger tournament. Just to Middlesex, which is my county, back in a few years ago we were running 150s side, 160s side. We're now running 350s, 360s, and even a joint of 60s fours. So
Oh, that's not what you want to see. A little bit of a misfield and they sneak through for one.
So it's growing massively in England, and I'm sure here as well. There's quite a few sides in Cape Town, Masters cricket in Cape Town now.
Yeah, the club scene is, I think it's not as strong as it is in England, or not as supported as it is in England.
Yeah.
But there is definitely a small but thriving club cricket scene.
Yes, definitely.
But short, and again, Jansen gets away with it as Eccleston can't get it past Louis Kuhn. I know that there are multiple grounds around my house where I live, and you can't drive sort of 2 blocks without seeing a poster about the next game that's happening. So
It's amazing, isn't it? It's fantastic. Great shot from Eccleston. Not sure it's going to quite get to the boundary. It's going to be picked up. They're going to run 3.
you would wonder though, with 4 games within 15 minutes of my house, or 4 fields within 15 minutes of my house, I've driven for an hour and a half to get to this one.
Well, it took us a long time this morning from our hotel near Newlands.
In the bowl and
Yes, so there's a couple at Stellenbosch University, I know.
Em Banderstil, em Bridges.
Oh, leading edge, and it's popped up into just short of Andre Peters at backward point.
So another reasonable over for England there. Score's gone on to 81 for 4. It's 23 overs gone, I think. So 101 wanted off 22. So the rate's come down a little bit. It's come down to more than 5.5 level. So
Yeah, 2 overs of at least 6 runs will do that.
So England will be reasonably happy there's been no more wickets, and we've managed to get a couple of boundaries going, which will give both the batsmen a bit of more confidence.
That one shot from Wildman that went over mid-on in the last over has pushed the mid-on back to long-on, so now we've got a long-on and a long-off in Wilson and Albani. We've got a sweeper on the cover boundary, and we've got what I'd call a deep backward square leg in Alan Dawson under the Oaks.
Nice shot from Wildman. I think they're going to come back for 2 quite easily.
Jansen doesn't pick it up.
Just dropped a fraction short, Eckstein. And Wildman's quick onto it.
He's starting to look a little bit more fluent now, is Wildman, after being in for a while.
Yes, as you said, he hasn't got too many runs on the trip so far. Didn't play yesterday. But, needs a bit of time in the middle. Nicely played down to long on.
Looks like he wants to come back for 2.
Eccleston does, but Wildman's got no interest. Quite rightly.
Well, that little misfield might have given them a chance. Updates from some of the other games happening today. Wales versus UAE. Wales has won by 5 wickets. And Australia versus West Indies. West Indies went into the lunch break at 199 for 7.
And Australia are 103 for 3 in reply of 25 and a bit overs. So they need 97 of around 22. It's like quite a good game between the US and New Zealand. The USA got 222 for 5. New Zealand are 140 for 4. So they need 83 off about just over 11 overs. So it'll be a tight game.
Eckstein issuing instructions as to where he wants his field. Doesn't want Jansen coming in off the boundary too far there. And it's played over cover, rolls out towards the boundary, just going to get there, beating the on-rushing Craig Lyons.
England breaking out of the shackles a little bit here.
Well, we've got 1 ball left. We haven't seen as many wickets as the previous team, but still I think we're going to leave with South Africa in the ascendancy.
Yeah,
And
I think South Africa are still in the best position, but England are fighting back from a pretty poor start. And
It's sliced away towards the sweeper boundary, and a good arm ends the 24th over. Bob, I think that's us for now as we hand over to the other team, and we'll be back in over 35.
think I'm staying on just for another over.
Oh, you're going to stay for another over.
Yeah.
I will hand over to Doug.
Yeah.
And I'll be back with you in over 35.
Okay, fine. Welcome back, Doug. Been quite a good 12 overs for some wickets and some runs.
Yeah, I must say it's been a gritty partnership, this one.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, they had to see they couldn't afford to lose any more wickets early on in there when Wellman came in, and they've managed to steady the ship, and the last few overs picked up a few useful runs.
yeah,
89 for 4 after 24.
ball's obviously a bit older now, so not too much happening in terms of swing. So
Nicely bowled by Janssen.
I must say the longer that this partnership goes on and we push closer to that 35-40 over mark, I do think that it starts favouring England in that it gives them a launch pad and two batsmen that have spent time.
Yes, and also South Africa haven't used their fifth bowler yet, have they?
No, so Gulam Talib, another seamer though. We have actually, and we also have the leg spinner of Bruce Wilson. So yeah, two of them still available for bowling at this stage, but I think it's going to be a delicate balancing act for Louis Kuhn in terms of how he bowls his bowlers.
This is Janssen's seventh, if I'm not mistaken. A great shot from Eccleston, pitched up, straight back over Janssen, head for 4.
I mean, that's exactly what England fans will want to see. A very confident drive down the ground past the bowler's head. Very few more commanding shots than that one.
Yeah, lovely shot, wasn't it?
It was brilliant from Eccleston. He's stuck it out now, 39 of 72. So he's given himself time at the crease, and there will be runs. We saw 2 half centurions on in the South African innings, and there are still runs to get.
Got a fortune for Eccleston there, and an inside edge, and it's gone for 4 more.
Well, 2 boundaries in a row. It's already a very good over for England. And just chipping away at that target, moving closer to that 3-figure mark, and also the halfway mark of their chase.
Yes, I'll have after this. They have 20 overs, and we 105 wanted. So the rate, which did pick up to not far short of 6, is only going to be just over 5. So a good period for England in the last 5 overs or so.
How's Janssen going to respond after those 2 boundaries?
Nicely played by Eccleston. He's just got a couple of boundaries and pushes in for a single.
As they say, good cricket, getting the boundaries and then knocking the ball in for a single. Janssen to bowl the final ball of his 7th. Wonder if he'll bowl through all 9 overs.
Yes, he's had a long spell in the heat. And Wildman pushes out the offside, and just a single.
He's catching the outside half of the bat and running it down to that 3rd man region.
So a good period for England, last 5 overs, and up on 99 for 4 after 25, and I'll hand over to Anthony.
Thanks very much. There's a few commentary rotations today. We have quite a few willing and able gentlemen on the mic today. And joining me once again is Anthony.
Thank you, Doug. And Bob. Still Clive Eckstein to continue.
Eckstein with 3 overs remaining in his spell. He's gone at just over 3 to the over, but he has taken a wicket in that time as well. But you just feel that England might be getting a grip at the moment, and they've built up a really nice partnership.
Partnership's currently 44, Doug. So yeah, they've both worked hard to build the innings for each other. Pivotal part of the game this is for England. That's a good single.
Mentioned earlier that there is that tendency to rebuild after some early wickets in this tournament, and middle orders have sort of carried a lot of batting lineups through to the end, and it's another example of that. As the 100-run mark is reached for England, it'll be a relief that that's for 4 wickets, and very chuffed that these 2 batsmen have reached that milestone.
It's nicely played by Eccleston there. Just waiting for anything slightly loose.
It's been a very calculated innings from him after quite a tricky start against the openers, and he's managed to stick it out, and he's looked rather comfortable since then.
I think Eckstein's bowled very well. He's got good control on the ball.
He's done a great job
Yep.
for South Africa. But,
Field placings have been good as well. So a very tight middle part of the game. Just sweeping outside the line there.
I think there was a rather optimistic shriek from was it Eckstein or Solomons that?
I do like it when Giles Eccleston plays straight. He got out bowled sweeping in I think it was the UAE game, and I love it when he plays straight and just waits for the bad ball. But I understand he's trying to make things happen, and that's a good shot on the offside for 1 run, well fielded at the cover point area.
I must say, so there's been a lot of flat wickets in this competition, but this one has a little bit more up and down bounce. So it's a little more risky to go down on one knee, especially if there is that little bit of extra turn as well. But as you say, he's good down the ground, and there are still runs knocking the ball about. If England go at 5 to the over now, they'll be laying a really good foundation
Absolutely, yeah.
to launch in the
Yeah.
final 7 or 8.
Well, that's what they need to do, isn't it, Doug? They need to keep that scoreboard ticking over. Don't get behind it. Play straight and find the gaps. Just keep those wickets in hand. They're going to be so crucial at the end. So that's the end of the over there. 101 for 4. 19 to go. What's the run rate looking like? 5.32 is the required run rate. Currently at about 3.88, so just a touch under.
But I think that had a lot to do with the really tight early overs. This middle section has pulled them back and pulled that run rate up. And if they do go at 4.5, 5 to the over for the next 10, they'll be leaving themselves with 50 to get in the last 9. So if they can keep the strike rotating, they might cruise this one home. It's a very fine balance in that if South Africa take 2 more wickets in the next 10 overs,
Of course.
then
yes.
it's trouble for England.
Yes.
So it's a very tense game.
England, ironically, were at this roughly the same sort of point yesterday against Pakistan, and pretty much the same number of wickets in hand, number of runs to score. It was almost run a ball. So the run rate just got up to 7 or 8, and then 9 and over. And when wickets fall, obviously that becomes harder and harder for the incoming batsman. It looks like we've got a change of bowling here, so this is the 5th bowler for South Africa.
Tell you, Bruce Wilson coming into the attack, leg spinner.
Mm-hmm.
His overs that he bowls are going to be vital in
Yes.
the sway of momentum in this game. If he can find a few good deliveries, he's definitely prone to taking a wicket or two. But at the same time, we have seen batsmen take a liking to him. So once again, that fine balance just sets up for such an exciting end to this game.
Definitely is. Has he taken many wickets so far for South Africa in the World Cup?
Not a resounding amount,
No.
but he hasn't bowled nearly as many overs
Right.
as some of the other bowlers in the tournament. So
Okay.
it's good for a wicket.
Well, I haven't personally looked at his stats, but be interesting to see how he goes today against Giles Eccleston.
Getting word that he's taken 2 wickets in the tournament.
Okay. It's a nice start. 2 wickets so far.
Yeah, like I say, he hasn't had too many overs.
Yes, it's opportunity if the other bowlers are bowling well, isn't it?
Yeah,
To get that opportunity.
can't really say there's been a poor bowling performance from a South African, without sounding too biased.
It's well covered. Good flight that from Wilson.
Yeah, so I think that's pretty much his stock delivery, giving it a bit of air, just maybe tempting the batsman with the ball, reaching that eye line and above. So once again, it's going to be a really interesting contest.
Game well played. Yes, the leg spinners I've seen so far in the competition have bowled quite flat, so not giving too much air to the ball. Ooh, that's just to the right of the fielder there. Picked up in the deep,
Just mistimed that,
backed up.
trying to work that into the leg side. Would you say that there's maybe a preference at this over 50s level for flighting spinners that sort of forced everyone to bowl rather flat? Because even the off spinners, I haven't seen many. I don't know if it's maybe damage control or if it just is a majority of bowlers that like to dart it in and bowl it flatter.
Well, I thought when we saw Alan Dawson batting, James Williams flighted a couple and they went right over the pavilion, didn't they?
Yeah.
Alan Dawson's a very strong batsman, and when he bowled flatter, he gave a couple of chances. So, but to answer your question, I think it's what comes natural, isn't it? It's difficult for an older bowler to change what they do.
Definitely.
And I think if you've got a nice rhythm and loop, then use it.
It's been a good over so far.
Yeah.
He's just gone for the one run and he's kept it relatively tight. Hasn't really given any freebies. He's patiently waiting
That's
for
it.
that.
Yep.
That does bring to an end over number 27. England are 102 for 4, requiring 100 runs from 18 overs. I mean, that equation doesn't sound too bad if you look at it ball by ball, but it's all contextual.
Yeah. Still a good crowd in here, Doug. Had a good walk round the boundary. Lovely to see lots of people who've come in, locals, and to see the game, which everybody seems to be enjoying themselves thoroughly. So it's been a great day out and a great advertisement for Masters Cricket.
100% agree with you. I think word spread quite nicely throughout the local areas and all the way to as far as Cape Town, Greenpoint area.
Really?
Because there are a lot of fixtures there as well. So
Yeah.
very spread out in terms of where fields are and where fixtures take place. But this has been one of the more supported grounds, and I think it also has a lot to do with the fixture. South Africa versus England, it's always been a rivalry, at
Yes.
least in recent times, but it does date back a bit as well.
Well, Eckstein's got 2 overs left, so he's certainly going to continue. They're not going to get the ball out of his hand. He's got 2, and he'll be looking to finish strong. Only one for 21 so far, so they've been very economical.
I think that's sort of been stock standard. Sorry to cut you off there. Going at that 3 and over. There's been 1 or 2 bowlers. Janssen has been the one that's really struggled. He's gone at about 5 to the over, but Eckstein's been bowling well. I'm sure he'll be looking to get another wicket now in these final 12 deliveries.
Maybe buys, but certainly it's gone for 4. So no, he's definitely got something on that. So that's 4 to Eccleston.
And that does bring up the half century for Eccleston.
Yeah, well batted, Giles Eccleston. Excellent knock.
Got 50 runs off 83 deliveries. He's made sure that he's taken his time. He's seen out the new ball, and a thoroughly deserved half century.
Nicely cut to the offside there. Man down there.
And a bit of a delayed response there about Eccleston's 50, but some real appreciation from the English dugout and the supporters, including my fellow commentator who wants to hide his clap.
Silent clap.
Hide behind the mic, why don't you?
I'm a big fan of Giles Eccleston's batting. Hits the ball really hard. It's sort of Bazball cricket in the over-50s, and has had a lot of success in the UK with cricket, and rightly so. He's a very talented batsman.
Oh, well, it's been anything but Bazball in this game. It's been very, very slow by that standard, if you're putting that label.
That's a good shout. That's a good shout.
Looked quite convinced there, did Eckstein. He's had a
I
little.
wasn't sure there was much of a shot there, you see. That's probably why he went up.
He's asked a question.
Yep. Almond facing. Well, that's just outside the line.
Yeah, the
It was
sweeps.
quite full to sweep that. I'm not sure it was there for that, Doug.
I think it's just the sweeps have just. It's been the wrong deliveries to do it. I think the idea is good because there's always runs on the sweep.
Nicely dabbed to the third man region. They should get 2 there.
There's a big chase on here.
Yep.
As Ghulam Talib, who we're still waiting eagerly to see if he will bowl a few overs. I'm sure he might get 1 or 2.
Last ball of the over. It's nicely cut to the offside. Man out there. So just a single. That ends the over. 110 for 4 off 28. With England needing 92 runs off 102 balls.
Question is now, which dugout would you rather be sitting in?
without a doubt, in the England dugout.
No, they've set themselves up very well for these final few overs, and the longer these 2 batsmen stay at the crease, I do foresee that they could have a very easy run in if wickets don't fall anytime soon.
I think if I was the captain of South Africa now, I'd be bringing Alan Dawson back to try and get Wildman out and get a couple of wickets.
Well, I mean, as much as Dawson he's been bowling well, he hasn't managed to take the wickets. So maybe a James Albani who has managed to break through.
Yeah, but I think that there needs to be a little bit of a change. Well, there will be after Eckstein's finished his 9, I'm sure.
Just got the one left.
I think if anything, I'm thinking just to break up the rhythm of the batting at the moment. If I was the South African captain, but maybe that's not the right call.
I must say the English batsmen have looked a lot more comfortable against the spin, as opposed to South Africa, who did struggle for a while through the middle overs.
It's nicely cut.
Don't know if you're a superstitious man. We're on a Nelson.
Yep, feet up. Feet up.
Cameraman stomping on the ground as a South African.
It's well driven. Lovely shot there by Giles Eccleston. 4 runs. Good use of the feet. Drives straight down the ground.
That's an excellent shot. He's just leant forward and muscled that down the ground. It's given one of our spectators a bit of fielding work to do, and really well played.
Let's just cut for a single off the back foot.
Good over already, 6 runs from it, 1 ball remaining.
Just got to be patient, England have, against the spin of Wilson. Just got to be patient. Well, that's gone over the top. Not sure that may have the legs, and it does have the legs. So that's a good 4 by John Wildman, who plays his cricket at Epsom Cricket Club in England. Includes the over as well.
Really, really successful one for England. 10 runs coming from it, and that was really nice because the man was up in the ring, so it was a calculated drive over the top, and obviously a bit more comfort in facing Bruce Wilson. Extend now in for his final over. He's gone for 29, so he's gone at less than 4-2 the over, and he's managed to take the 1 wicket, but since then it's just been these two knocking him around, both Wildman and Eccleston.
Nicely played by Eccleston, and well fielded in the mid-wicket region.
That's the captain, Louis Kuhn. He would have wanted a few more runs today. Lost his wicket relatively early.
Nicely driven. Just the single. Just a little pause in the play at the moment whilst Eckstein organises his field. Well played by Wildman. Oh, that turned a little bit.
Two balls remaining in this Extian spell.
Good quick single.
Well, that brings to an end over number 30, and it might well mean the next drinks break. I'm sure the players out there will appreciate it. Unless that isn't the end of the over. Just the one ball remaining. Getting over eager for a bit of a refreshment, am I?
Cut to the deep boundary, just a single, and that is the end of the over. So 123 for 4 England off 30, so drinks break now, and the next power play obviously starts, so South Africa can have an extra man outside the ring.
But yeah, I think a session that was dominated by the English batsmen, Eccleston and Wildman. And I think that Louis Kuhn and the team do need to go to the drawing board and figure out a way to break this partnership. As for the English captain, you're happy with the way things are going?
Yes, I think so. I think he'll be very happy. Big pat on the back there of Giles Eccleston by David Snellgrove. A few words, no doubt. Perhaps just as a little bit of a refresher for those of you that are new to watching the Over-50s World Cup, there are 56 games, I think, being played.
Something like that.
Between the 6th and the 20th of the month. And the final is going to be at Newlands, so that will be unbelievable to play there.
What a venue! What a venue to play a final of a World Cup.
Yeah, there's 14 nations, and in Pool A we've got Australia, West Indies, New Zealand, Zimbabwe, Canada, Sri Lanka, and USA. And in Pool B, which is where South Africa and England are, we've got Pakistan, Wales, India, and Namibia. So along with 14 teams, it's all being live streamed through Pitch Vision. After the round robin stage, the top 2 teams from each division will progress to the semi-finals, and the winners of Pool A play the second place of Pool B. I think I've got that the right way round. And likewise, the winners of Pool B play the runners-up of Pool A. The title sponsor, actually, and we mustn't forget, we see around the grounds, is Evergreen Lifestyle, and they've put a huge amount of effort and sponsorship into the World Cup. Devil's Peak Brewery are also produced the beer, and Vita 24 as well. It's all been supported by the city of Cape Town. So the cricket is very competitive, as we've seen today, Doug, between England and South Africa. But there's still a nice friendly edge, as we saw obviously at the lunchtime interval.
No, definitely. I think that's something you sort of come to expect with cricket. It's such a culture. It doesn't matter what's happening on the field.
Yeah.
As soon as you go off the field, it's sharing a lunch, sharing a nice cold water, and as feisty as things get on the field, which it hasn't done too often in any negative way. It's actually been played in such a sporting manner, and I think that all just accumulates to adding to the spectacle that is this Over-50s World Cup.
Yeah. I mean, that's one thing that Sterling Hamann, who's the World Cup chairman, has been very keen to emphasise to all the managers, and that is that the spirit of cricket is very much what this is about, and there is an absolutely zero tolerance towards dissent towards umpires, as there should be. So looks like we're going to be ready to resume, and the umpires just signalling the last power play.
Just an update from one of the other fixtures. Canada took on Zimbabwe.
That's well struck by Eccleston for a 4. First ball after the drinks break, so he moves on to 62.
Eccleston's been brilliant, and that was the execution that he'd have been looking for, going down on one knee. Anyways, just to give you that update, Zimbabwe have won comfortably against Canada. They've had a fantastic tournament.
Yeah. Yes, they've made a very good comeback in the last few games, haven't they, as well?
And it does look like they're in a position now where they quite likely to actually make the semis, and they've won that game by 79 runs. So both groups very tightly contested. One or two fixtures can completely sway what the group looks like.
That's nicely driven by Eccleston. Straight. Yes, I think they played Sri Lanka yesterday. Sri Lanka got 190 for 9 and Zimbabwe 192 for 7, with Murray Goodwin hitting 122 off 144 balls. So they've had a couple of good results there. They didn't start that strongly, I don't think, but they've certainly rebounded very well. Jonathan Wildman faces, just adds that down. That's a good run. Well ran by Eccleston. So now England starting to put a bit of pressure on the South African fielders. Field placing starting to move a little bit more and gaps opening up. Swept again, no run. That looks to be a plan from Eccleston to the leg spin of Wilson. Well played, and there's a single. The end of the over as well. Just quickly through that. So 130 for 4, England off 31 overs, require 72 runs off 84 balls with 6 wickets in hand.
There will now be a change in bowling since Extian's bowled out his overs. So it'll be interesting to see who Captain Louis Kuhn goes to. It does look like they're going to the seam of Gulam Talib.
Gulam Talib. Right arm, medium pace.
Correct, yes. So he has bowled at crucial stages in the game, and he is someone that tends to bowl in the latter stages of an innings. It's been, I can't say he's been outstanding, but he's also not been terrible. So it'll be interesting to see what he does on this pitch now to these two batsmen who are cruising along, and they would have reached their 50 partnership by now as well.
Yep, the partnership is actually 75.
And an important game in the context of this group, India versus Pakistan. Pakistan coming out victors by 5 wickets in that game.
I think they India only got about 140, didn't they? So that's a nice pulled shot from Eccleston. There's no man out there. It's not going to go though. It's just the 2 runs. Yes, I'm not surprised. 140 didn't ever look like a 175. I do apologise for 7. And no, they've done well to chase that down with 5 wickets. But there are some very good batsmen in that Pakistan side, so that puts even more emphasis on the importance of this game for England. That's a nice quick run. Good thinking from Eccleston. Keep the strike rotating.
Well, that's that fixture finishing up the road from us here at Bridge House School. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the teams maybe popping in and just coming to have a look at what's going on here, because it does play a big role in determining all of their fate going into the final part of this group stage.
Yes, the final game is on Wednesday in the group stages. and England have Wales. Oh, that just missed. Both the stumps and the keeper would fail to take that. So that's, I don't know if he's not given a bye. So that's a run, I believe, is it?
Surely can't be. I highly doubt that there was an edge on that.
Oh,
Because if there was,
not
then
given
that
anything.
that would be a drop catch. But
He didn't signal anything. So take that as a run for Wildman.
I don't think he'll complain.
Yeah, South Africa have the UAE
Yeah.
on Wednesday. Oh, that's well hit. There's nobody out there though, so that's a well thought through shot. Just the two to Eccleston.
They seem to be almost taking Talib on, despite it being his first over. He's gone for 6. And there's still 2 balls remaining in the over. If England continuing at this rate, it should be an easy finish, and I say that very lightly.
It's a single that. There's a man out the deep on the long off, so we'll pick that up. Just a single. Yes, on Wednesday sees the last round of games, and in Division B or Pool B we have South Africa versus the UAE, Pakistan versus Namibia, Wales versus England, and India have a bye.
If I'm not mistaken, that does mean that India have failed to make the semi-finals officially, so they'll be a bit disappointed, and they would have known how important their game against Pakistan was today. But as you mentioned, Pakistan have been formidable this tournament, so
yes, very well disciplined side. Very well disciplined side. And again, a good bowling and batting side, a very good all-round side. So, and in the field as well, their fielding yesterday was top draw, and the catching, they held their catches. So it's what makes the difference, isn't it?
Tell you what, I think the difference is in this tournament, and that is balance within the squad. So the more balanced sides who have been able to hold up their standards on all 3 phases of play have been the ones that have come out with the results. Because if you slack on maybe not so much the fielding, but bowling or batting, it's often been sort of to your own detriment if you haven't won a game.
So Giles Eccleston's on 70 at the moment, off 100 balls. And Jonathan Wildman is 29, off 44 balls. So very similar strike rates between 65 and 70. Just plays that off his hip for no run.
And then the batsman coming in for England after this, who do they still have in the dugout? A few big hitters maybe?
I think probably, well, certainly they can all bat. James Williams, Charlie Knightley, Martin Gidley, they're all very useful with the bat. I'm not quite sure who is not batting, but that's a good stop in the mid-wicket region. I'm not sure who's dropping out, Marcus, as the 12th. But as that total gets ever smaller, that's a good shot down the ground. It becomes more manageable, doesn't it? So both psychologically and with wickets in hand.
100%. I do think I've spoken a lot in the previous games about momentum, and you so often see the sway within an innings. And as much as South Africa dominated the early overs, England just managed to wrestle back some of that momentum, and going into the final overs, that's huge.
That's good. That's good running. Just dab that down to the behind point region. No need to do anything silly. Just take the single, rotate the strike. That's very good from Wildman. is playing a very intelligent innings here to support Eccleston, and that's also another thing, that a feature of yesterday's game that we didn't have so much was the support for the player who was getting runs, which was Nasir Ahmed, who kept losing partners. So it's really important that Wildman continues to support Eccleston, and of course Eccleston remains there.
It is Ghulam Talib to continue. Went for 7 in his first over.
It's well played by Wildman. Nicely covered that. And it's a single, just the one. There's a man coming in from the deep long on.
How soon is it before we see the South African speedster? Alan Dawson, you've been calling for a few overs now.
Well, I suggested a couple of overs back that he should be on, but he's missed that completely.
Goodness. Bit of chaos there. And
It's been a long day for Giles Eccleston. He's been in the field all day and he's been batting all day, so he has literally been on the field all day.
showed some incredible resilience with the bat.
Yeah.
It hasn't been the easiest conditions.
He is an incredible batsman for England. He's just got to dig in there. This is the business end of the day for England. Oh, that's beautifully taken off the legs for 4 runs. Cracking shot from Eccleston there. Takes him on to 75. And the partnership is now 89 with these two. So Ghulam Talib, how is he going to respond? Looks quite weary.
It has been a long tournament for a lot of the players, and if you're not in the fittest shape of your life, it does take its toll. I mean, 6 group games.
It's nicely played to the offside, well fielded. They run. That's short and pulled for 4 runs. So Eccleston all over the bowler to leap here, who doesn't require his cap from the umpire. If he had a cap, that is.
Talib taking a bit of punishment that over, and Eccleston's taking this game by the scruff of its neck, and with a few damaging boundaries, it suddenly looks almost probable.
148 for 4 now, off the 34th over. So within touching distance or spitting distance, 54 runs off 66 balls now for England. So Wildman's got to stay with Eccleston, keep his head. Nothing silly.
And it does look like it is time for a change in bowling.
Nope, still
Nope,
Wilson.
still not. Really need to get these eyes checked. It's been a while.
He's trying to sweep that one. Umpire's unmoved. That's
Would have been a big wicket if they did manage to get it, but not out the call.
it's umpire Russell Tiffing at the far end. He's a very experienced umpire from Zimbabwe. Who run there? Well bowled there from Wilson. Tight in that area. The man at extra cover and the man at mid wicket. Oh, that's just escaped his dive to his left. Single to long off.
Just pushed at that one a bit, hitting it aerially past Bruce Wilson.
Good use of the feet from Eccleston, who's played that to the offside just for the single by the looks of things. Good throw in from the boundary. Just the one run. And the 150's up for England, so it's 150 for 4. And the partnership's moved on to 95 between these two.
They've really gone about their business very subtly.
Very intelligently. And that's short and just hit away to the offside. So, yep, no need to take any chances there. End of the over, and that's 35 completed, 151 for 4. And I'm going to hand over to Bob Baxter, and Gareth Price is coming in for Doug.
Not sure a change of commentary is a good thing. It's just been going rather well for England in my absence. But let's see what goes on.
I think that was, what, 12 overs, no wickets and 70, 80 runs. So
Yeah, I think Woody should have carried on, I think. But I think they have to bring their opening bowlers back here, don't they?
And I think that's exactly
Looks
what's
like
happening now.
looks-
Albani's back.
Oh yes, so he is.
It has been a masterclass from Giles Eccleston, though.
Yeah, I mean he's realised that early on we were in such trouble that he couldn't afford to get out. So relatively slow, almost a run every other ball, but he's picked up now and playing beautifully.
And Wildman supported well as well. 32 off 52. He's just sort of gone about what he's needed to do, turned over the strike and let.
I think we said on commentary when we were first on, when he first came in, that he needs to back up Eccleston really. Eccleston's the man who is, if possibly, the only person that could win us the game when we were 55 for 4. Wildman could back it up, but Eccleston was the man who has got the class to win a game. So it'll be very interesting to see how the seamers get on now, the older ball.
Oh! Just wide of Lyon at mid-wicket. Fielder coming around the boundary, and are they going to come back for 3? They're looking for it. Eccleston's looking for it, but they decide against it. That would have been a stunning catch if he had taken it. And just what South Africa needed. Squeezed out down to third man for just the one. There are still 3 overs from Alan Dawson, which could very, very likely be critical here.
Yes, England will be certainly targeting everybody else that bowls. I think South Africa, if they don't get a wicket either in this over or soon, they're going to have to bring Dawson back earlier than they wanted.
Although you can't have him trying to defend 2 off the last over. That's
No, they've got to use that. South Africa badly need a wicket.
very, very badly.
So Dawson's the best bowler. They need him to come back, I think, and try and nick 1 or 2 out.
No point keeping your best bowler until the game's over.
Correct.
But Albani has been excellent today, and he's
been
following
very
up in this over. That's one going away, one coming in.
So Dawson, I think, has got 3 left.
Dawson's got 3 left.
And
Albani will have 2 after this.
And there's 4, so they've got to find 4 overs elsewhere.
It's going to be Janssen, Talib, and Wilson. It's well driven, but Lyon doesn't cut it off. That's Alan Dawson fumbling it in the field, and they've got 3 for 1.
Yes, they're presumably not going to get too many off Dawson. So, but they've got the rate down to 5s. So,
yep, 5.1. They need 47 or 55.
A bit of an edge.
Edged. It's got to run down to the 3rd man boundary where there's.
Which has gone for 4.
Gone for 4.
Bit of a misfield down at the 3rd man. Bit of a dive, but he dived over it. So, 43.
Or 54.
54.
Sorry?
Slightly fortunate edge from Wildman, but they all count. And
no remarks, Colin.
I think this is Dawson, doesn't it?
That is Dawson.
Back, yeah.
This is a big moment in the game. If England manage to see him out, it makes it a lot easier. If he manages to,
I would guess that Eccleston, being a very experienced, well, as you said earlier, everybody 50 is fairly experienced, but such good. He'll look to defend here and push singles into the cover and run quickly. Unless we get a rare bad ball from Dawson, which we haven't really seen all day. So I'm sure Eccleston will be pushing into cover. The cover and all the cover's a little bit deep, I think. I'm not sure they're going to save a single if he just pushes it onto the offside. Straight and right back on it straight away.
all of a sudden we're starting to see the England team coming out to the boundary there. They know how critical this is at this point.
Absolutely. Nice shot from Eccleston, very well fielded though.
Updates coming in from the USA-New Zealand game. A bit of an upset. USA have won by 32 runs.
USA actually, we saw them out in Barbados. They're a good side. They've got a very good bowling side. Obviously, I don't know how many of the same side were playing in Barbados in November, but we were really impressed with the USA. Certainly, their bowling is very good, and they, as you say, a bit of an upset, but possibly not an upset. It's going to make their group fascinating. Zimbabwe, I believe, won. Beat Canada in another game, and I think Australia were going reasonably well against the West Indies, but I haven't seen a score lately.
It's squeezed out down to third man. Second run off the over. Brings Eccleston back on strike. Driven out into the covers. Oh, misfield, and they'll come back for two. That is not what South Africa need. From the captain as well.
Yes, Australia are almost certainly going to beat West Indies. They only need 16 runs off nearly 7 overs, only 3 down, so not good for the West Indies.
Jagging back from Dawson. Wraps Eccleston on the thigh pad.
Yeah, I think they won't be too upset about getting 4 runs off Dawson's over. I think they'll feel that's almost a bonus. And another of his over's gone.
In Group A, we've got Zimbabwe at the top of the table with 8 points, and New Zealand and USA tied on 6. Well, 4 teams tied on 6. New Zealand, USA, Sri Lanka and West Indies. So it is coming down to net run rate there.
So the games the last games in the ground robin are Zimbabwe, Australia, Sri Lanka, USA, and New Zealand, Canada.
It's going to be an entertaining day.
So looking at the scores so far, without any disrespect, you expect New Zealand to win their game against Canada. But Sri Lanka or USA, Zimbabwe, Australia. Australia haven't had a very good tournament, but nice win today, and they're a pretty good side. They just had a bad tournament.
And Zimbabwe's best player probably plays in the Australian leagues.
Yes, probably. So South Africa are basically saying that they've got to get wickets in this next 4 overs, with their two of their best bowlers.
Is that edged? No, it's not.
Big swish from Eccleston, possibly not needed, but go through the keeper.
See Eccleston taking himself off for a little bit of a walk just to reset the focus, make sure he's fully present. And that's edged. That's edged. And Albani has done it again. That's 4 for Albani, and he has got the big wicket of Giles Eccleston.
That is a big wicket.
That is a huge wicket for South Africa as Eccleston goes for 84.
Big blow for England, getting so close. Great innings from Eccleston, but the ball before he flashed at one and missed it. This time, try to push it through cover, and maybe the ball moved slightly away and nicked it through to the keeper.
You said there was a big gamble for the South Africans here, bringing on their 2 best bowlers to get a wicket.
Well,
Gamble's paid off for Captain
Louis
Louis
It was
Kuhn.
a gamble they had to take, wasn't it?
They did.
Yeah.
They did, and it's worked.
So we've got another left-hander coming in now. I think this isn't quite on the field, but I'm sure Charlie Knightley, the wicket-keeper batsman, will come in, which will, for England, be good in a way. And the fact that we lost a wicket isn't good, but another left-right hand combination, it always makes it more difficult for the bowlers. Knightley's got a few useful runs, not big scores, but 20-something yesterday.
Yeah, he scored 36 runs so far in the tournament at 18. But coming down the order, you're
That's
not
right.
going to have a great average.
I mean, yesterday we were in a 4 calls and got caught on the boundary, needing too many. So
yeah, but he's striking at just short of 75. So
yeah, against India he played very well. Came in near the end when we needed some runs at the end and played a few unorthodox shots, if you like. And he's a very good player. Usually he would bat. For his county back in England, Essex, he'd probably bat 3. So he's a proper batsman, and just batting down the order mainly because our other keeper is injured, and he's going to have to. He's keeping in every game. So and especially in 31 degrees heat, keeping wicket and batting 3 is probably not ideal.
no, and England will take striking at 75 from here on out.
So another 38 needed.
It really is about wickets now. You don't imagine that South Africa are going to defend it without taking wickets.
No. So what's to come after this? We've got James Williams, who's a very competent batsman. Martin Gidley, who's again fine, is a good number 9, put it that way. He would bat higher at home. And then we've got Richard Cooper and Mohammed Fayez, who probably wouldn't want them to get too many at the end.
That's up in the air.
It's a good shot from Knightley. Played over mid-on. 2 runs.
And Grant Janssen's told to stay further back this time. Last ball of the over. This is driven hard to mid-off. And they get through for 1. So at the end of the 38th over, England are 167 for 5, needing 35 or 42 balls.
So still exactly 5s.
Maths is nice and easy from this point, isn't it?
It is, yes.
So here is a gamble, giving Dawson his 8th.
Yeah, they still need another wicket, really, don't they?
Yeah.
Dawson and Alburney.
They'll need to get Wildman out at this point.
Yes. I think any wicket would be putting them under a lot of pressure. It's not going to be easy coming out. But yeah, Wildman will be the prize wicket now. Oh, Knightley plays and misses.
And Louis Kuhn comes into first slip. So South Africa are going all out to win this game by taking wickets. Well fielded off his own bowling. It's 35 or 40.
Yes, I think England would be happy if they could pick up 3 or 4 off an over off Dawson and Alburney.
Another play and miss. That's through to Mario Solomons.
And I think attack the last 4 overs really, which have got to be bowled by
Somebody else.
somebody else. And certainly the 3 bowlers who presumably after 3 overs will have bowled out have been easily South Africa's best bowlers.
Oh, nearly a mix-up, but that's 4 dot balls from Dawson. He is having a very, very good day with the ball. Bob, Australia have won by 7 wickets against the West Indies.
Yes, but West Indies is under a bit of pressure now. I think. Can't remember who actually misses out the last day, but
He's edged it, and it's taken! Diving catch from Mario Solomons. And eventually Russell Tiffin raises his finger. And Alan Dawson is finally has one in the wickets column. What a good catch by Mario Solomons. And that's just what South Africa needed.
yes, big inside edge, well taken down the leg side or from the keeper. And exactly what we thought might happen when they brought the 2 seamers back has worked well. So
What a time to deliver a maiden wicket.
Wildman has now got to see this through if England are going to win. So Williams, I think, will come out, almost certainly come out next.
Was that the last ball of the over? Or is there one more? No, one more. I was a bit premature on the maiden wicket column, or maiden wicket comment rather.
James Williams out. He hasn't played a huge amount in this tournament. He's played a game earlier in the week, but unfortunately then was ill. Had got one of the guys with the bug. So
He then found himself a late call up this morning,
and also wasn't due to play today until Foster dropped out in the warm up. So
It's time to make himself a hero here.
And facing the best bowler probably in the competition. Almost certainly in the competition, I'd say.
So you hit
he's
him
gotta
into
see
the
off.
stands
He's
twice,
got-
so there's a little bit of... Oh, past the outside edge.
Not quite sure why England are trying to play so many shots against Dawson, to be quite honest with you. I think they should just try and see him off and try and score the runs off the last,
Off anybody else.
off anybody else, yeah.
And now we do have a maiden wicket for Dawson, which is quite an effort with 6 overs to go. And here's a big call that is Albani to bowl out. So Albani so far has taken 4 for 34. And England need 35 off 36.
I still think they just need to see Dawson off if they can. If they can get a few runs off this over, fine, but... It's hit it.
Big shout!
It's hit it, I think.
Umpire Tate's not interested.
I think he got an inside edge.
Yeah, no signal from the umpire, so clearly an inside edge.
Sounded like two noises from here. Well, we're a fair way away, but... They're going to put a bit of pressure on Williams, bringing the mid-wicket in to stop a quick single slip. Williams trying to get a bat on it.
Another appeal, but that's definitely going down the leg. He's slipped. And is there a run out? There's a run out! That is the last thing England needed, but that is what pressure does to you.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate slip in the middle of the wicket. I don't think Wildman turned him down for a single, which I think was probably right. He would have got back easily if he hadn't slipped over. But that's how it goes, and another wicket falls.
Has that swung the balance back to South Africa?
Big time, I'd say, yeah, big time.
Now we're over 6 and over.
So Martin Gidley comes to the wicket.
So there's a long chat in the middle as presumably just get some baton and get me down the other end. If we're going to win this game, it's going to be me, from Jonathan Wildman.
I think Wildman probably, Wildman probably has to try and see Dawson out next over. Leave 30 odd runs off 4 overs from the other bowlers. I just don't see how many runs we're going to get off Dawson.
How is Martin Gidley with the bat?
Yeah, Martin's decent. He said that we'll bat middle order for his county back home, and has batted higher for England. Certainly seen him bat at around the 5-6 level at some stage, so very confident. But I think another wicket, South Africa would be firm favourites, because the next two aren't going to get too many runs, I don't think.
And all of a sudden we can't see the English players standing around the boundary. I think maybe 1 or 2 of them might have gone to pad up now.
They haven't got too many left to pad up.
It's down to third man, should only be 1. Good fielding on the boundary.
So Wildman is the key here.
Come on, James, be the best version of yourself. We hear from the field.
Nicely run.
That's one in the end of James Albani's spell. He's taken 4 for 36 in his 9 overs. It's been South Africa's star performer on the day. You might even say pick of the bowlers overall across the day.
He and Dawson have been the best 2 bowlers on the day, definitely. I mean, one or two of the England boys bowled pretty well, but they've been excellent.
So we're into the last 5 overs and England need 32. And this is a very big call because now we have got Dawson bowling out.
I think it's probably the right call. If they nick Wildman out, the game's basically over. If England can see through this over and pick up 2 or 3 runs, they can have a go at the bowlers in the last 4 overs who be interested to see who they are. Will they try? I think they probably won't bowl the leg spinner, but maybe I think they may be the left Janssen, maybe
The left arm Janssen for 2, and then 1 out of Talib or Wilson.
Shot.
That's
Good
driven
shot
hard out too.
Good shot from Wildman.
Long off, but should only be 1. Brings the left-handed Martin Gidley onto strike. No slip this time from Louis Kuhn. But he is strengthening the cover field with
Gidley,
backward point, cover, extra cover.
Covers are very deep, so if Gidley can get some bat on it.
And as you say, that Craig Lyons takes a few steps forward.
Yeah, maybe.
It's on the pad, there's a huge shout! Dawson's convinced, but umpire Russell Tiffin says no. Yo, if we had a DRS timer clock here.
Must have been close.
Still a dot ball, South Africa will take that now. It's wide outside off stump.
I think England will be happy with that if he bowls there for the rest of the over, because it won't be so threatening.
I think Gidley was hoping that one would be called wide. But the slightest bit put out when it wasn't. It's great bowling by Dawson again. Two balls to go in the over, only 1 run off it. Pushed into the covers on a loud call. Loud call of no.
I still think this is the right tactics from England.
They are right.
Yeah, they've got to
They
see
are right.
Dawson off and think you can maybe score 7 and over in the last 4 overs. And with at least it's only 7 down.
Last ball of Dawson's spell. A wicket here should seal it for South Africa. Should. We're saying that again. Another big appeal, but that one,
Looks like
no
he's
one
hit him outside
outside the
the
line.
off stump,
No
I
one
think,
seems too convinced. I think they're just yelling at this point.
Yes, I think more than hope, in hope rather than
And that's the end of Dawson's spell. He's bowled
great spell.
9 overs, 1 for 24.
Great spell from Dawson. Very unlucky not to get more wickets. And now we see who's coming on to bowl the 41st over here. 42nd over, is it?
And there's a good round of applause from the gathered crowd and several of his teammates as well. They know he's put in an outstanding performance today.
So it looks like Janssen is...
No, Janssen is
No, but he's
warming up,
warming
but this is
So I think he'll bowl the other two at the other end.
Gulam Talib. Gulam Talib.
Okay.
So far today he's bowled 2 overs for 16, so it hasn't been very economical.
Felt a little bit short, if I remember rightly.
He
I
did.
wasn't on commentary then, but...
Wildman on 45 of 61. We're down to 31 off 24. So just short of 8 needed and over. Got a long on, a long off. A third man, fine leg is up in the ring. And Craig Lyon is heading to the sweeper boundary on the offside. And a deep square leg, I can see him there in the shade of the pavilion.
Pretty vital over this. Needing 8 and over, roughly.
Punch down the ground. Should only be 1, but they're coming back.
Well run. Very well run by the English guys. Come back for 2.
You'd hope the South Africans would be a little bit more alive in the field to that. Down the wicket, pushed out onto the onside again. Only one is Dawson Fields. Brief pauses, wait for Morne Salir to come over into the covers for the left-hander on strike. We have a long on, we have a deep mid-wicket. Third man. Straight up in the air. Janssen's not going to get there, but it'll only be 1. (27 off 21) still needed. Run rate is 7.7. And umpire Tate signals dead ball, so we will try again. Not quite sure what happened there.
The reason is that fine leg was still running in. He should have
well
been in
spotted.
the circle.
Well
and
spotted.
He wasn't, and I think umpire Tate wanted to make sure he was in the circle.
It's spliced. No, it's dropped. It's dropped. Morne Saliers drops it at backward point. And Louis Kuhn has his head in his hands. Because that is not a time you want to drop a catch. Well, you never really want to drop a catch, but in the last 4 overs, it's definitely not. South Africa have been excellent in the field all day.
They've been very good, and that was a very easy chance. It gives England another lifeline.
And
Slight
Dawson's
misfield.
misfielded that.
Yeah.
Looks at his finger as he runs out to the boundary.
Unusual misfield from Dawson. It brings 2.
So a lot has happened in that over. We've had 3 not the best pieces of fielding that we've seen all day. And so far we've got 2, 4, 7 off the over with 1 ball to go. It's pushed out into the leg side, and there'll be over one. There'll be only 1, so that's the 8 that England needed off that over.
Yeah, I think it was a pretty vital over for England there. If it had been a 3-4 over, I think we would have been struggling. But the fact that we've kept it going, we need 23
Off 18.
off 18.
Could be a very costly drop catch.
I suppose the interesting thing about this game is that if England lose, they're out, basically, almost certainly. Pakistan will play Namibia in the last game, will have more points.
And Bruce Wilson's taking his
if
cap
South
off.
Africa lose, they will probably still go through, having won their first 4. So obviously absolutely much more vital for England to win than South Africa. There's no certainties that South Africa win their last game, obviously, but they would be strong favourites.
Strong. I mean, I would hope that they're going to beat the UAE.
Yeah. So South Africa probably qualify whether they win or lose, whereas England are out if they lose. So it's an interesting call. It's not going to be Janssen as we anticipated, and the leg spinner's going to bowl to Gidley.
It's short and it's pulled out straight to the man on the deep backward square leg boundary for 1. Although Martin Gidley did look like he wanted to come back for 2 there.
I don't think Jonathan Wellman had any interest in it.
None whatsoever. None whatsoever. So long on and long off are back.
Deep mid wicket. I guess he may, if he pitches short, we'll try and put him through kind of cow corner, I suppose, if it's short.
It's in the air, out to the man on the deep extra cover boundary. And it's only 1 as the throw comes into Mario Solomon. And that's 50 for Jonathan Wildman. But
Nobody seems to have
don't
noticed
think
that.
anyone else has
I
noticed.
don't think they really care. It's just the result now, isn't it? That nice hit from Gidley down to long on. It's only a single. Basically, England need a 4 off this over, really. Quick single. Well run by Gidley.
It's good bowling this from Wilson. He's not giving anything away. 4 balls bowled, a single of each of them. And singles is not going to do it for England.
No, they need a 4, or more than singles every ball, that's a certainty.
It's up in the air.
No, it's going to be safe.
It's going to land safely. Grant Janssen gets beaten by the spin, but it doesn't do any damage. Sorry, that was Albani over there. Grant Janssen is out in the boundary. But still, it's only 1. Down the pitch. Guided down to third man. It should only be only 1 as England scurry through for the 6th run of the over. And South Africa will be happy with that.
I suppose there is a possibility here of obviously tied scores, which we haven't actually spoken about yet.
We haven't, but that would certainly be interesting.
That would probably be good enough for England. But it would then come down to run rate between, if Pakistan would have, if they win their last game and we win our last game, it would then come down to run rates.
Now if we have a look
Because I think
at the
Pakistan
table so far.
If Pakistan, I think, have 7 points.
Pakistan currently have 7 points. England have 6 points, but
So-
England have played a game fewer.
No,
Unless
no,
this game is
because
still to update.
That's updated.
That's updated.
So then if we both win our last game and it was a tied score, we would come down to run rate.
And England's net run rate is substantially higher than Pakistan's at the moment.
So we probably could do with a tied score would probably be okay for us.
And with this game going down to the wire, it's not going to do any damage to England's
No.
net run rate. All of the things that could happen or should happen or might happen.
So 17 off 2 to win. I don't think we want to think about the tie really, but just putting it into the equation.
But wouldn't it be exciting?
It would be exciting. Big over this one because we can't leave too many for the last one, I don't think.
England need a boundary earlier and they're going to have to go and look for it. But keepers standing up, which is always a risk. Means the batsmen can't use their feet, but a little edge that would have been an easy catch standing back can run down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, I think one will be looking over extra cover maybe. The cover's coming quite short.
But there is a man out.
He's a man out, but
3/4 of the way to the boundary. Oh no, that's not what we needed. And that is the that's going to run down to the boundary for.
I don't think
Is
it's
it?
gonna
No,
quite go.
just going to fall short.
Going to be short, to be 2.
It's 2, but not the sort of fielding South Africa are looking for at this point.
Bonus runs for England, those. Every
15 needed,
Every England-South Africa game seems to go to the wire.
doesn't it? Heaved out onto the leg side. This time cleanly fielded by Morne Salir, who throws it into Mario Solomons. Needs to make sure he has his gloves up to shield his eyes from the sun. You don't want that one slipping through, and it's only 1. And field changes for the left-handed Martin Gidley.
So he's going to change his action. He's going to come round the wicket to the left-hander.
$14 off 10. I think everyone's on the edge of their seat here.
Yes. Ooh, big
It's
hit
high.
from Gidley.
There's a fielder out there, but it will land safe. 1 bounce 4. That's exactly what England needed.
Absolutely.
Brings it down to 10 off 9.
I thought Gidley might have a look at cow corner. It's one of the only spaces that wasn't protected.
There's a lot of nervous sighs
There's no
coming from the...
deep- I don't think there's any deep square now. He's pulled him round to that cow corner level, so pitched it short. Square legs in vacant. That's where it's gone. That's exactly what I thought might happen. They took square leg out and put him at cow, and Gidley sorted it out and hit it for 4.
Well, that's changed the equation very much in England's favour, and we're down to under a run a ball. With 2 balls still to go in this over.
So he's going to go back over the wicket to Gidley. The round the wicket didn't work very well.
No, the angle coming into the left-hander really just
Yeah.
allowed him to
It ran to free his arms, didn't it?
pick it up over the leg side.
Now, what does Gidley do now? Does he decide that he's got his 2 fours for the over? Plays sensibly, get a single, because we can get him in singles now. Let's see what happens.
Oh, he tries the paddle,
Flick. Yes,
little,
paddle over.
almost a tilt scoop.
Not quite sure about that shot, but
It's not what you need at this time.
the last 2 have been excellent.
There's 1 left in the 44th over.
The keeper's decided to go back.
I don't think he was thrilled about having to wear that one.
No, that's right. Probably fence sensible.
Down the wicket, and this is high and in 6 runs, and that ends it for England.
England have won with an over to spare. Well, I wouldn't have thought of that 4 or 5 overs ago. Absolutely incredible last penultimate over. Gidley coming really good and hitting 2 4s and a 6. It's not too damaging for South Africa, because if England and South Africa win their last games, they both qualify. And you never know, we could have a England-South Africa final at Newlands.
Wouldn't that be a treat?
Wouldn't that be a treat? I've been to lose a lot of times. Unfortunately, never played there, but what a game. What a game. So, mind you, there's still games to play. And you can't presume that,
Anything's going to
happen.
Particularly not with the Proteas.
Well, I mean, they've got UAE, England have got Wales. Wales got 220 the other day and looked pretty good. They did lose the game, but fantastic game of cricket. And I'm sure everybody will enjoy a beer afterwards.
Or a bottle of wine from one of the local wine farms.
That's probably my tipple, actually.
So the England batting card, Giles Eccleston was out, caught Mario Solomons, bowled James Albani for 84 of 117. David Snellgrove scored a first ball duck, was caught by Louis Kuhn off James Albani. Steve Chapman scored 10, was caught by Andre Peters off James Albani. Richard Trotman scored 0 of 3, again caught by Kuhn off James Albani. Nasir Ahmed scored 26 of 23, was bowled by Clive Eckstein. Jonathan Wildman with a well-placed 55 of 69 saw England through to the victory. Charlie Knightley scored 3 before he was caught by Mario Solomons off the bowling of Alan Dawson. James Williams was run out for 0 of 2, and Martin Gidley came in at the end and scored 22 of 18, including the winning 6. Alan Dawson was magnificent with 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 24. James Albani was amongst the wickets, 9 overs, no maidens, 4 for 37. Grant Jansen was a little bit expensive, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 38. Clive Eckstein, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 32. Bruce Wilson, 6 overs, no maiden, 0 for 29. And Ghulam Talib was a little bit expensive, or substantially expensive, with 4 overs, no maiden, 0 for 41.
I hope you enjoyed the commentary. As I said, the likelihood is that South Africa and England will qualify for the semi-finals, but we've got another round of games on Wednesday which are going to be fascinating. Not only in this group but in the other group, which is still very wide open as well. So it's been a great tournament, fantastic day here with the mountain in the background, and I'm sure everybody has enjoyed the game, and both sides will come out and have a beer together. It'll be fantastic.
As I should. Once again, thanks to Pitch Vision for the production, and to Evergreen, who have put on again a magnificent day's cricket.